Hi, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of the Township of Clissolanch, April 16th, 2025. I will just acknowledge the members of the public attending today. I appreciate taking time out of your day. I will say though, if you have difficulty hearing, there's a little sheet on the chairs next to you that indicate how you can get the attention of staff if you're having difficulty hearing the presentation or council. We just want to discourage interjection from the gallery during the meeting. So I appreciate if you'd adhere to that. We'll start with roll call. Councillor Goyda.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey. And Councillor Hurst.
Present.
And now we'll begin our moment of reflection. This is our moment of reflection. Ms. Fox, you have a recommendation for confirmation of the agenda, please.
The council approves the April 16th, 2025 agenda and addendum is circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.2, questions received from council seeking additional information from staff and the corresponding responses.
Oh, so that was from before.
Yeah, so those addendums are included.
Okay, can I get a move for that, please? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spoulos, any questions or comments on that? I need to mute my computer. Sorry about that. All right, all in favor? That's carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have one. I'll go first just to. The items are 9.4.1 and 8.1. It's report PD 2025-006 and 8.1, the public information meeting tonight for the D14 WDD and the general nature of the pecuniary interest. The proposed development is adjacent to my property. Any other disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Spoulos?
Thus, it's item 10.1, presentation by NPG Planning Solutions Inc. regarding Clissolanch by design open house feedback. I live on Sidewalk 20. I have previously declared that I have pecuniary interest in a proposed rezoning of a property in Sidewalk 20 North. Study area for the Clissolanch by design. Study phase B includes all properties on east side of Sidewalk 20 from 1 to 34 to Forestell Road as one of the options for redevelopment. This requires me to declare pecuniary interest in any development, as any development may have an impact on the value of my property, and accordingly participate in discussions and decisions regarding the study.
Thank you. Further disclosure? All right, we'll move right into it. I'll ask Mary Lou, come on down, please. Come on down. Yeah. This is right. Welcome.
Well, thank you. All right, good morning. So my name is Mary Lou Tanner and I'm with NPG Planning Solutions, and there's some members of the gallery who've been participating in this project as well. So just to introduce myself, we're here to give you an update since we were here last time in late February. We've held the update session with you, and as well we held the open house at the community center. Just wanted to share some feedback and provide an update on a couple of items and work through one issue that we're just going to seek your feedback and direction on. So let's go to the next slide, please. So just as a reminder, this is the map showing the study area. It's a fairly busy map, but it does highlight in pink the options that we looked at for the employment land area, which would need to be a minimum of 30 hectares to fulfill the requirements of the county's land needs study that was previously completed. You may recall in February, we made the decision to take option E out of the equation. The majority of the land is owned by the Ministry of Transportation, and while it may be available for development at some point in the future, until the Highway 6 bypass is completed, it won't be available. So there's no point in looking at that one any further. And then you can see both the gross and net hectares of each of the remaining options. Gross is the total pink area, and then the net takes out any of the natural heritage features, including a buffer area within those pink areas. So you can see that some of them are, most of them are above the 30 hectares, one is not, but a couple of them fall below the 30 hectares when we take the natural heritage features and their protection out of that. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So with the open house, we spent the first hour with presentation and Q&A, and then the second hour speaking with residents and inviting their feedback. And these are the items that came up consistently from residents that we heard about: rural character, agriculture, transportation infrastructure, natural heritage, and compatibility between employment and sensitive uses. And in this context, it's the residential uses, whether it's a single home that is a rural residential home or a cluster of homes in some instances. We'll go to the next slide, please. There we go. So let's start with rural character. And you know, we heard extensively from people that they moved to the rural part of the community because of the landscape, the larger properties, the quieter nature of where they're living. And that's incredibly important to people in terms of the character of the community, as well as, you know, how people get around in the community. A lot of the roads are more rural in character, which means they're generally 2 lanes, slower speed, that type of thing, and ensuring that that part of the character is maintained, because a lot of people are raising kids living out in those parts of the community. There was concerns about sufficient setback to houses. You may recall when I was here in February and at the open house, we talked about all of those options. There's a 70-meter distance from a residential property boundary. And then as if an option is selected on the development side, there would be further setbacks and landscaping and fencing and things like that. And then consideration for conservation of the heritage properties. There are a couple of heritage properties in the study area. We'll move to the next slide, please. Agriculture is one that has a couple of few dynamics with it. First, there's always a concern about removing agricultural land from production for employment development or residential development. In this case, it's employment development. But there is a need for identification of the minimum of 30 hectares for employment uses in the township. And that is one of those balancing of the public interest and what the township needs and the county needs globally, recognizing that West Lynch is a very, very significant part of the county's employment in terms of number of jobs and number of businesses within the county. There was concern about ensuring that there's a really good amount of attention played to the interface between employment lands and the needs of farmers. So making sure that the road system is protected for agricultural vehicles, access from the farms to the road system, as well as getting the farm products to where they need to go. And then ensuring that there's synergies between agriculture and natural heritage, and that really relates to recognizing farmers as stewards of the land. So we can move to the next slide. And I will get into a bit more detail about the options and how we would translate this. So transportation infrastructure, you may recall earlier on in the study, the importance of accessing the county system and the provincial highway system was a really, really high priority. And as well as being able to see the future employment lands from the provincial highway system, as well as the county road system, and giving that visibility and presence from the road system. And that continues to be a high priority. And there's good understanding, I think, at the open house and in the community about the importance of that, making sure the roads function safely and adequately, and also avoiding areas with large concentrations of housing in any recommended option. We'll move to the next slide, please. And then with natural heritage, we have done a fair bit of work in understanding the natural heritage of all of the options and what's going on with them. It has informed where we think the study should go in terms of recommendations, and also understanding the aquifers and the hydrology and the hydrogeology. And I'm going to touch on that in a minute. All of that has been taken into consideration in where we're moving forward with the study to a recommended option. We'll go to the next slide, please. And then compatibility. So We talked earlier on about the nature of employment uses, and they're generally characterized in Ontario as light, medium, and heavy. And heavy are typically things like steel mills and heavy-duty manufacturing, things that have, 24/7 operations or 24/5 operations, a lot of trucks going in and out, potential for odor, dust, noise. That's not what we're looking at here. It is light industrial, so light manufacturing or that type of use, and then medium. And the difference is, the intensity on the site, how many trucks are coming in and out, the nature of the operations and things like that. But generally, less impact on the community around it. And that continues to be the approach that we are going to be taking. And some of the issues that you see here, particularly in terms of lighting, that can be mitigated through policies and really high quality site design. So we feel that there is an approach that moves us forward with that 70-meter setback and then the policies to make sure that the industrial users are good neighbors to the residential. So we'll move to the next slide, please. So when we come to the preferred approaches, preferred sites, by the public, option A, which is at the very north end, on the east side of Highway 6 North, was preferred, as well as option D, which is just south of the 401 and across from an aggregate operation. And those were very clearly the choices that were communicated to us at the open houses preferred by members of the community. We'll go to the next slide, please. So when we were here in February, we were asked to take a look at the issue with aquifers, hydrology, and hydrogeology. And we did meet with the township's hydrogeologist and had a really good conversation with him. And we do have a memo from him. What his advice to us was this: the options A, B, and C have more issues with them related to the aquifers and related to the Periscalt moraines. Options G, H, and D are preferred from his perspective. So if you remember, A, B, and C are up at the north, and then G and H are north of the 401, east of Highway 6, and D is south of the 401. So we will be including that information in the Phase 5 report, which is a recommended land option. And there are some additional pieces of information that he suggested to us that would be beneficial to include in the policies in the future official plan amendment. So we think we're in a good place with that in terms of the recommendations and where we're going. And now I just want to move to the item for further direction. So the study scope includes coming to a recommendation of a preferred land option for where the rural employment land would be. And based on all the analysis and the feedback that we've done, it is option D, which is the one south of the 401, but does have visibility on the 401. And it just achieves a number of the factors that we looked at: size, we can mitigate the natural heritage system, transportation system, large parcels, visibility from the provincial highway system. But there are two other options, G and H, which are north of the 401 and east of Highway 6, that performed very well. They are larger properties and they do have some natural heritage issues. The reason that we are not recommending them right now is twofold. First, there are some minimum distance separation issues relative to agriculture in terms of agricultural operations and manure storage. Those could be mitigated in the future, but as of right now, there are minimum distance separation issues. And secondly, option D just has better visibility and better road access. And when we look at the size of the parcels, option D is very large. It gives more flexibility in terms of overall site design, managing the natural heritage system, putting those buffers around the natural heritage features through the development process, and creating that visibility and presence that is really important for the outcome of this study. However, the provincial planning statement does allow you to identify future strategic growth areas that would be beyond 2051. And in our opinion, options G and H should be added to this as future strategic growth areas. We did touch on it last time. The reason for adding them is this: as I said, they did perform very well. And they wouldn't be recommended over option D, even if the MDS issue wasn't there, but they are really good options for future employment land. And a lot of this development is going to depend on landowners being willing to sell or wanting to develop. You don't want to get into a situation where you've got a fairly constrained land market and you're beholden to one or two landowners. You want to provide yourself the ability, if you know, option D starts to develop really quickly, that you have a plan to move to without having to redo another study of this nature. So it's our recommendation that options G and H be identified as well as future strategic growth areas. There's a lot of municipalities that do that in their official plans, and it would make a lot of sense given the outcomes of the work that we've done. So that's the item that we want to have some discussion about with you today. We could go to the next slide, please. Sorry, I stole my own thunder. So this is the information we have from the hydrogeologist. We're really grateful for his input because although it didn't change the recommendation from DG and H, it did help inform some of the issues with the aquifers and hydrogeology. And we'll go to the next slide, please. And then I talked about the future strategic growth areas. So if we can just go to the next two slides, these are the preferred land option. So phase 5 is the preferred land option report, and it is drafted with a recommendation of option D as the preferred choice. But we are holding back releasing it until we have the conversation today about future strategic employment growth areas. And then phase 6 would be developing the county official plan amendment to actually put in place the study recommendations. But we're at a point where we need to have the conversation about future strategic employment areas. And it's something we talked about with council on the 26th of February, but it really wasn't something that we got into with members of the public. So this is also an opportunity for those watching and those with interest in the study to understand the thinking and rationale behind that. And then we can go to the next slide, please. So this is the project timeline. This shows you the first 3 phases, which have been completed. We can go to the next slide. And we are in phase 5, where we have drafted that phase 5 report. And subject to the conversation today, we move forward with finalizing it. It will be released on the township's website, and then we would prepare the phase 6 report, which would come back to you and which we would do further public consultation on. I believe that is the last slide, and I'm happy to take anybody's questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lou. All right, I'll go to council. Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very helpful presentation. I guess first of all, I wanted to start off just by saying thank you to you for the work that you did in the public meeting that we had done a couple of months ago. I felt that was a very good format to have the presentation and the Q&A with the feedback after. So thank you for doing that. And I was also really happy to see that there was so much input and feedback and engagement by the community, because I think that really does have just Puslinch by design. And I think it's important to have that feedback from Puslinch to help us design this plan. So I just wanted to ask you, the future strategic growth areas, how does that differ? So what I'm hearing is that the preferred option is option D, and so those would be designated as employment lands, or that would be the recommendation. So would G and H also be designated as employment lands, or is future strategic growth area a separate designation? Like, how do they differ?
Great question. They would be future strategic growth areas as a designation. They would not be available for development right now.
Okay.
It's important to focus on the lands in D and make sure that they're moving forward for employment development. The way something moves from future strategic employment to rural employment is through an official plan amendment. And either the county could do that at some future point or land.
And that could be initiated when they find that there's a.
Yes.
That's good to understand. In terms of the hydrogeology, it's good to hear that you've met with the township hydrogeologist. I think and you said that you're gonna incorporate some of that information, in your recommendations. Is it possible that some of that, I just think maybe residents might like to look at that information in advance? Is there an opportunity for that information to be available to comment on, or is the commenting period?
Well, certainly, we're certainly comfortable sharing the memo that we received. I mean, it's not a confidential memo,
Yeah.
so we can absolutely share it with people and with members of council.
I didn't know that you had a preferred option, so some of my questions here are kind of irrelevant. One of the things that I was going to ask is that initially, when we had our first sort of go about, we had, I think there was a question about, does it make sense to have just one spot, or should we have multiple pieces of land incorporated? And at the time, I understood that it's better to have one as opposed to many small ones. And so I'm just wondering, is there any disadvantage to having like D, G, and H by having, like, what is the downside of having more parcels than we originally would have liked to have?
I think the downside is, there's a lot of work to, for the county planning staff and your planning staff to move any selected option into development. You need an investor or developer who's prepared to develop the lands, whether it's for a specific business or on speculation to bring businesses in. And it signals the importance of the selected site. Option D performs the best. It has the visibility on the 401. That is a really, really important piece of marketing the lands. Options G and H, one of them, I think it's G, will not have visibility on Highway 6 because there's a natural heritage feature between G and the road. So you really want to capitalize on that visibility. You don't want to create a watered down land market where people can go everywhere. You really want to focus your attention. D gives you the ability to have that visibility, create an internal road network, really focus on getting the development and the zoning done and all of those pieces. So you're ready for the investment that comes. I think the approach that we're looking at with G and H is, they are future potentials, as I indicated. They have an MDS issue right now. And so even putting them as rural employment, they cannot develop until that MDS issue is resolved. So our thinking is, let's focus on D. D is much larger than 30 hectares, but we could go back to that slide, but it is much larger. And so it gives you more than the 30 hectares that was identified in the county study as well. We think that is the right approach to focus on that area first.
Okay. And so for G and H with the MDS constraints, by designating them as future strategic growth areas, that doesn't put those farm operations at risk right now. They would have to be willing landowners in order for any employment to go within that MDS area. Is that correct?
That the MDS issue would have to be resolved before they develop from them.
Mr. Bailey?
Thank you. Thank you for, thank you for coming today. I really appreciate how you listened to council's kind of request on the Hydro G information. It seems to have really kind of narrowed the scope, which I was struggling with because we had all these sort of great options and there was no sort of real reasoning. I was looking for a weighted type ranking, and you had mentioned that kind of wasn't the thing, but essentially that's what the hydrogeology has done for us, is kind of at least pulled out the non-preferred, and it's given us a little bit of direction to preferred. I have no issues with D. It was going to be one of my first choices anyway. The question I do have, we did hear a lot at the public meeting about the buffering, and I know it's been explained about when you have sort of the major, call it major in industry, you would use the 300-meter buffer. I guess I was looking to see, and I was hoping to see calculations, if we could increase the buffer to where the residential areas are, whether it's just, it's 70-meter buffer everywhere else, and then right where you have the residential, bringing it out, and whether it's 300 meters or 200 meters, something more than the 70, and then seeing those calculations, how it would change the size of the land available.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking now at G and H, it would impact it a little bit.
D has more flexibility for buffering. There is that residential cluster on concession 7 that's sort of further south.
Yeah.
On D, there will be buffering requirements on the employment side as well. So there'll be minimum setbacks and things like that. So it is going to be more than 70 meters, and there will be requirements. So there's no light spillover and things like that. Although with a 70-meter distance to the property line, it would be very difficult for light to spill over onto the backyards of those properties. I think, one of the things that through the development process is should be the requirement for land use compatibility assessment. So you're dealing with the circumstances of the actual proposal. What are noise issues, dust, odor, vibration, as well as the individual site layout. So where the loading areas are, is the business going to have idling vehicles for, like if they have refrigeration trucks or things like that. And that D6 analysis for the specific proposal will drive on the employment side the distance, the increase of the distance from the residential property. So it will be 70 plus. You want those types of studies done because in some instances it needs to be greater because of the nature of the business. And in other instances, if it was a light industrial development, it could potentially be less, something that doesn't have loading spaces and has very minimal traffic and is a 9 to 5 Monday to Friday operation. And, the parking area is away from the residences. So there's no light pollution and things like that going on. That's where you really get to the finer grain details. Whether we increase it through the official plan amendment or not, you still do want that for any individual application.
Well, and I think even if we do increase it, both of those two specific properties would still qualify for the amount of land that we're looking to do. I don't think I had. Yeah, I would like to see the memo, the memo from Hardin. That was just one of I see that the preferred options were given regarding hydrogeology, but no reasons why. So it'd be nice to see if there was a little more detail in that. And I think the public might like to see that. So that was a good suggestion. And that I have no other questions. Thanks.
Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, thanks, Mary Lou. Very comprehensive. I appreciate that. Like you walk through it in a very systematic manner, which I certainly appreciate. I think you came to the outcome that I had in my mind going through this. So I guess that's always a good thing from that standpoint. Yeah, and when I looked at it, I think I had 3 things that I was looking at, kind of like what the North Stars in this process are for me is maintaining the rural feel in the community. I think that's really important. Just being strategic in nature. Like this is long-term planning for the community. And I think if you don't go through these processes in a very thoughtful public consultation process, inevitably the other way of doing it is a hodgepodge of things. And that's not a good outcome long-term. And yeah, I guess, so I think D in my mind made a lot of sense for a whole lot of reasons is residential where residential developments are and build on them, keep industrial where industrial is and build out on that. So I think there's good logic in this process. The one that I was curious was A, that was the other one kind of on my list of what that looks like. And the reality is north of A is gonna be all developed in short term. All that land's been stripped now. And I'm curious if you can speak to, and I know that's the city of Guelph and it's different, but can you maybe just speak to geographical relevance of it being right across the road from land that probably in the next 5 years is gonna be completely built out. The relevance of that or not.
That was one of the reasons why at first blush, looked quite promising. A couple of the challenges with are the rolling topography. And, the landowner, just built his house there. And so it means that in the immediate term, it's not gonna achieve your employment goals. So it dropped off, and then in the conversation with the hydrogeologist, he significantly preferred DG&H.
And that's fair. I just, longer term, I think that's like just that larger perception of Maltby Road on one side is totally built up and the other side won't. And that's fine. And that's good. I was just curious from a planning perspective, what your thoughts on that. Yeah, I think those are all my questions. I'm happy to discuss this. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mary Lou. I wanna, sorry, one sec here. I've chaired public meetings, I've attended a lot of them, and your chairing, I'll call it, of the public meeting is probably the best I've seen. The passionate people from the community had some difficult questions, and you handled them very well. So I made note, I like to learn from people that do things very well, and so you're making those, so I'll give you that compliment. I have concerns that the verbiage coming out is the option. We're adding G&H. We've spent significant taxpayer money. And to just have one twosies is not good value for the money spent on this study. Long-term planning, we have, in my mind, this study is looking to address growth that is coming to this township, whether we desire it or not. And if you can divide the study area into two different types of growth that are coming. The growth in the one side is not desirable, and we have constant concerns. So I'm talking about D. So that addresses that. G&H were generally property owner driven to come into the study. G specifically was late to the game. They're the MDS. I'll talk to MDS later. For us, we need to be in the driver's seat of the growth, because there's one in the Wellington County, a recent application that I've circulated that would be very challenging for staff to deal with. By us looking at all these properties for very long term and being in the driver's seat of this, we will control what growth comes. If we just do the 1 or 2 or 3 and leave this to the market, we are going to have growth we do not want. And we will not be able to prevent it. Simple as that. OLT does not rule in favor of municipalities out of what we desire. They will very much so look at the rules of the day. And if that growth fits those rules, that's what you will get. And generally speaking, unless there's a technical reason to oppose those less desirable growths, we will not pursue them at the OLT. It's not a reasonable expense to the taxpayer. However, if we have long-term planning, a vision, we can control that growth by, as you stated, the site plan control, the design standards. I've had conversations with residents that the development on Forestell has little to no impact. It was a great development. Why can't we mimic those types of developments and have little impact on our residents? So I'm very concerned of the exercise we've gone through with the very limited suggestions. We'll get down into the weeds a little more. I'm not supportive of, I've mentioned that earlier. It abuts property to the west that I've worked with at least 2, possibly 3 potential development proposals. It has so many challenges that they've all fallen through. They've either not made it through due diligence and I think, shouldn't be disclosing that, but we've worked with potential development and they never come to fruition because of the challenges. A represents the same type of challenges. So having that as a consideration is problematic for that, is that I suspect it would sit undeveloped also along with the residential. But also, if we identify lands of that nature with a resident that's not willing, and they could be, have many years left, hopefully of being the township. But B, if we ever go through this study again, you're gonna have lands that are developed, and then the math won't work out. It'll say, well, you have X amount of acreage, you don't need more. Well, but that acreage isn't developable. So for me, so for me, A is not a viable choice for several reasons. So back to long-term planning, future strategic growth areas. If say it's just G and H for argument's sake, without the employment land designation and without then going through a robust zoning process, this might be a question for staff. If we receive a ZBA, well, I guess it'd be the county would receive or an OPA and or a ZBA, sorry, I shouldn't use acronyms, official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw application. If they're future strategic growth designated area, would we still have would it be less protections for, the design and the end use of that property? Whereas if it went through full employment designation, that path, do we have a little bit more control over those?
So through Mr. Chair, it might be something for Mary Lou to assist with as well, but from what I understand, in speaking or discussing this, is that the strategic growth areas would still require an OPA application to designate them at the time the development came forward. So it doesn't necessarily give them the same designations that we're doing here today through this employment land study. They'd be sort of earmarked for that, but they would have to still go through that fulsome process at the both levels for both amendments. And so I don't know, and maybe Mary Lou can help, if there would be an opportunity through that application process to end up with a revised designation as to what we have today if we do designate through this study.
If I could, Mayor Sealy, so we can absolutely put policies in the official plan amendment they would be future strategic employment areas, so they wouldn't be available for residential. We'd name them as such, and then the only opportunity is to redesignate to rural employment, and any development application would have to comply with the rural employment policy. So it would put a lot of guardrails around what could happen with those future strategic employment areas.
And so through Mr. Chair, I suppose if we have, if we end up with policy around this sort of prestige industrial that we're wanting to see with this light to medium weight industrial type of use, should those future lands go through an application separate to this process, would there be an opportunity for them to seek those other types of uses that maybe we aren't intending to have, should they be designated through this process?
There is always the potential that potentially exists right now because an application could be filed. We would do our very best, hearing your feedback and the community feedback, to craft the policies to achieve the goals that you want to achieve. I think including the future strategic employment areas also signals to the market and to the Ontario Land Tribunal, not just where you're at today, but where you intend to go. And that's really important in my experience in dealing with hearing.
I would agree with you that we need to do the very best we can, and by doing one or two properties is not doing the very best we can, because this growth is coming. The lands in C and B are owned by numbered companies now. I was having discussions with the county around this design, and I don't know, it was a GIS, I'm not sure what they pulled up, I don't know the program. It's all numbered companies. If we do not, and I'll just state it last time, we do not control this, it's not gonna work in our favor. And that's just the reality. So I'll leave it at that. the MDS. I maybe need to do more research, but MDS 1 and MDS 2, is that what we're using? Or is it A and B? What are the two different
I
standards
think it's MDS2 we're using.
we're using? So from my understanding of it, that
MDS one, but then there's, sorry, through Mr. Chair, there's, A and B is around, density of residential or density of sensitive land uses, I suppose, and in what standards you're applying for the.
And
distance
number of
separation.
lots potentially to be created.
end of the day, I agree with your statement that MDS would have to be resolved at, time of development. So G is a good example. There's an operating cow operation there. And development would not transpire while that operation, so it would have to wind down, whether it be that property owner or not. But I feel that the classification of MDS that's been used through the report, I think there's arguments that it could have been the lesser of the two, but at the end of the day, MDS would be worked out through development anyway. So to me, using it as like what would be the analogy for a vampire, like just a silver dart or arrow, whatever bullet, whatever it is, isn't necessarily accurate because it can be worked through at the appropriate times. But I do believe that the other MDS should have been applied for our considerations. But again, my goal is just to have as much control over the growth that's coming to this community. I don't know if I should say this, but I don't have faith in the OLT. I think they have to follow rules or maybe policies and guidelines. They don't have as much gray area maybe to work with, but from recent decisions, even around other types of growth, it's very difficult to get an advantageous decision, advantageous for the community and for the corporation at that hearing. So I'll leave it at that. So again, great job on the public information meetings. I'm not just pumping your tires. I haven't seen anybody else perform that well in that high pressure situation, including myself. So thank you for that. And I think the residents appreciate it. That's good.
One more question, Robbie. Sorry, I just, as I'm looking at it right now, I know that, initially set parcel E was excluded because you said it's owned by the MTO or part of it is owned by the MTO. But just with this new understanding of future strategic growth areas, does it actually make sense to look at E as well as potentially a future growth? The wordage is for that, with this still hoping and pushing for that bypass to come eventually, does it make sense to look at E as a future strategic area to plan for when hopefully that bypass does come?
I would say potentially. But given the ownership and that the province would have to sell it and their direct access on Highway 6 would not be allowed, it's a tougher one to develop. I think there are easier options and I think we'll certainly have a conversation with our transportation colleagues on that one about potential for access, but I think it is a really long term.
Okay. I just was thinking with the visibility being such a high priority, when the bypass does come, that would be a good candidate in terms of visibility, but I don't know the constraints, the other constraints.
That's good.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna kind of go backwards here. Can maybe staff or maybe can you just remind me and the public how we came about coming up with this specific study area? Because I'm hearing what the mayor's saying, like it's really important to be determining the growth and looking long term, but we're also very limiting ourselves to just this area. And I feel like, yes, it would cost more money.
Sarah's here. Sorry.
Sarah's on there, but being able to change the study area and find a lot more potential that might fit better than what we have here for options shouldn't be off the table either.
I'll let Sarah answer it, but if she's.
I'm just trying to move her over here. Yeah.
I know it was a long process, but
Put her on the spot.
She's here.
she knows her stuff.
That's why I'm not worried about it. She's very knowledgeable.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, sorry, and my audio went out while I was being added as a panelist. Did you want me to say something? Yes. You want, yes?
Councillor Bailey is inquiring about how we being the county and the township, delineated the special, what was it called originally, the Special Economic Development Study Area? Or CEDAR or something like that, anyways.
Yep.
And we're sure that you're comfortable speaking to that point.
Absolutely, yes. So that goes back a few years, and it was developed under the growth plan framework, which was very limiting in terms of rural employment growth opportunities. You may recall that the growth plan prohibited new estate residential subdivisions, and the policies for rural employment were similarly limiting and only allowed for expansion if it was directly related to an existing use and that it was related to agriculture. And so coming up with the regionally significant economic development study area was a fairly novel approach at the time. And we were fortunate to have support by the province and the planners at the province to identify that area. And part of the, we did look at other areas along the 401, east and west. But to the west, there are a lot of natural features, and to the east, you come into prime agricultural land. So, and we felt that it made sense to concentrate the study area so that, it kind of builds on the existing employment areas that you have now, just in terms of not, I think Mary Lou kind of hinted at this too, that it doesn't make sense to have things scattered. So that was the thinking behind it at the time, and that it provided a lot of different options for the township to look at in terms of employment land.
And if I could just ask you to, I recall I believe after the last public meeting, we were CC'd, I'm not sure who was all on it, about lands, adjacent to town line. And I recall seeing your response that you would look into it. So, Sarah, maybe ask you to just, at a high level, address, what would be the process to ad hocing lands outside this study area? Because my assumption would be that we would have to apply to the province for a new study area.
And I don't think so, given, the study area is the study area and it is identified in the official plan. We built in some flexibility in the policy to allow for it to be refined by council prior to initiating the study, and council did do that. So I think one of the questions for me would be what that means for the work of the consultants that have already been completed, and the cost and I guess engagement that would need to occur to add a parcel at this time. I guess that would need to be something that we would need to discuss with the consultants. But I would expect that would be an additional cost, and it would delay the completion of the study.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we have a recommendation.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just what I heard through the discussion with council, to receive the presentation for information. The council directs staff to include future strategic growth areas in the next phase of the study for council's consideration. And the council directs staff to make the hydrogeological memo provided by Hardin Environmental available to the public on the township website.
Are you gonna move forward, please? Councilor Bailey, Councilor Hurst, any last comments? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Oh, yeah, we're on time, so city golf here. Welcome back, Councilor Stewart. Thank you. What items, city golf? You have colleagues here, I suggest they come down to the table as well. We can do chair. We should give them Councilor Spools this chair, it's a much nicer chair. I like picking on you.
I know you do. Oh, no.
I know.
Keeping track.
All right, welcome.
Hello.
Whenever you're ready.
Well, good morning. My name is Emily Stahl. I'm the Manager of Technical Services and Risk Management Official for the City of Guelph. I'm here with my colleagues, Wayne Gallagher, who's the Division Manager of Water Services, and Albany Douglas, who's the hydrogeologist and project manager for this project. So we're pleased to come talk to you today about this critical project for the City of Guelph. This is the Southwest Guelph Water Supply Environmental Assessment. Go to the next slide, please. Could also make the slides a little bigger, or is everyone seeing them okay?
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah, I have it in front of me, so just let me know. Okay. So, the EA encompasses projects 2, 3, and 4 of our 2022 water supply master plan. And the goal of these projects is to explore existing test wells within the City of Guelph for potential new water supply for the city to support growth and housing, as well as look at the Doline Quarry water taking to determine if we can get any more water out of our municipal system from that quarry's taking, which is already permitted. The test wells are located within the City of Guelph municipal boundary. And really the key components is not only to look at these wells, but to manage a groundwater divide between the Doline Quarry and our municipal drinking water well. And this is to protect the drinking water aquifer from any potential future contamination during the surface water body. There's a lot of more details of this project on our website, so I do encourage you to take a look there and follow along as we complete the project. And there's a link at the end of this presentation. Go to the next slide. So the EA began in 2022 with the optimization of our current city supply wells, and that lasted through 2 stages. The last 2 stages will be completed this year, stage 5 and 6. And this, we will focus again on these test wells to determine any potential additional capacity of water, but also look at water takings and how they're all connected within the City of Guelph. So it's quite a big project. We are looking specifically at these test wells through 5 and 6 of the stages here to determine any impacts to our sources and other sources which exist, and to see how much actual sustainable capacity there is in this aquifer system. Since the beginning of the project, we have been working with other parties on this project, including Wellington Source Protection and the townships, through our regular engagement sessions, through the milestone events, as well as our bi-monthly project update meetings, which are held with that group of people. And I just want to quickly say thank you to council for supporting that process. Those bi-monthly meetings have been very fruitful for all parties and is allowing for a transfer of information, which is a great success. So stage 5 and 6 are also specifically focusing on where we can get that sustainable capacity. And for your interest, the closest well to Coastlands Township is GSTW01, which will be future renamed into something a little easier to say, which is located in the Hanlis Business Park off of Forestdale Road. Next slide, please. So this is a close-up of the wells that we're specifically looking at through stage 5 and 6. You can see maybe better on your screens that the green wells are the municipal supply wells. The yellow ones that are highlighted, we're looking at through the studies, and the test wells you can see are also highlighted in yellow. This includes our Ironwood well, which is located near Stone Road and Ironwood Road in the City of Guelph, and that GSTW well that I just mentioned off of Forestdale Road, and then the quarry as well, which is shaded in the yellow area. Next slide, please. So the objective of stage 5 is to test the additional capacity on the groundwater system by pumping up to 1 or 2 more of our municipal wells to evaluate if we can add these new water supply sources without impacting our current supply that exists, and as well to support our future population demands, as well as to look at standard operational rates in our current water supply system and understand the impacts through step testing and pumping tests. We are scheduling pumping tests to occur later this summer at those test wells. And the dates you can see there are also tentative, but those are when we're planning to do those dates, those tests, and to determine any potential impacts. And these are currently all permitted, these tests, through the permit to take water process.
So we look at the end at stage 6 here at the overall maximum sustainable well field capacity of our existing and new test well system, as well as understanding the impacts on the quarry dewatering and the options for maintaining that groundwater divide. So the full test will tell us what this is, and give us a lot more information to determine specific outcomes of the environmental assessment. Go to the next slide. So through this process, we are doing a lot of monitoring. We have over 200 monitoring points, which include surface water, overburden, and upper and lower bedrock aquifer systems, as well as really making sure that we looking at our current system, well system, to understand again those impacts. We'll go to the next slide. So I understand you can't really read this, but it is really to show kind of the extent of the monitoring well network. The black wells are the black dots are the monitoring wells, which have at least 1 to 3 points at each location to determine the impacts again in that overburden and bedrock system. The red ones are the surface water locations, and all these monitoring system is located both inside and outside of the city. And it was developed based on the work that was completed in 2020, there's feasibility assessment at that GSTW well and our current well network through the other stages to really hone in some information where we had data gaps to understand potential impacts. In 2020, private wells were monitored, which didn't show any impacts from that taking at GSTW01, so they're not included in this portion of the study. But we will also make sure that everybody is notified of the study in case there's something that we missed. Next slide, please. So here's just a little bit more detail about how we're going to communicate and engage through these last stages of the project. Letters will be sent in the next month or so to all residents within 1 kilometer of our project area. And anybody who has, received that letter last time to say if they do see anything wrong to contact the project manager as well as the city. This would be considered a well interference complaint and would be dealt with as the city staff like any other complaint that we would receive, with the priority number 1, providing water to those residents. And then we will go further and investigate what the issues were. Signage will also be placed on the property, as well as public notices will be sent out. And we do ask that if you do hear of any concerns, to please pass them along to the project team so we can record that as part of the environmental assessment. This is a summary slide of our plan for 2025. So again, these are dates here, just to get everyone know a timeline of what we're planning to do. But we'll continue to refine these through the work we do with the Wellington Source Protection in order to make sure that we're not overlapping, especially those public information sessions on anything that would impact your community members from attending those sessions, as well as looking at those potential recommendations and design as we move through towards the end of the project later this year. And the last slide here is just for information of the key project contacts, who is Albany, who I mentioned earlier as the project manager, and Matt Alexander at AECOM is our consulting firm who is helping us throughout this project. And again, the website link there is for any additional information. And I just thank you for your time today. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, great presentation. Councilor Goda.
Yeah, thanks for coming today and keeping us informed on this. Which I'm sure is quite a significant project by your team. I guess I just really have one question. You mentioned in your presentation that the goal is to observe the water takings and how they're connected within the city of Guelph. And also you said, can you pump more without affecting your current supply? And I'm just wondering, I understand that you're looking, how are they connected within the city of Guelph, but the water moves underground without the borders of the city of Guelph and the township of West Lynch. And I'm just curious to understand how you're also looking at how increasing the takings in Guelph will affect the private wells in the township of West Lynch, and how that water interacts between the city's municipal wells and the townships, like all of our residents are in private wells. So how are you undertaking that analysis of how that gets impacted? Yeah, I guess that's my main question. You mentioned you're not doing any private well monitoring during this testing, so I just me, it would seem logical to do that, but I'm just trying to understand, what the plan is for that.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So in 2020, when we did the feasibility assessment for that GSTW well, which is the closest to the township, we did do private monitoring, well monitoring at that time and didn't have any impacts. There were 2 well complaints at that time. One we were able to resolve by lowering the pump and the other had nothing to do with our pumping test. It was a failure on their side. So based on, and I go back to that big slide that I had the whole monitoring well network on there, is that based on the work that was completed there, and then some new wells that we have drilled in the township in conjunction with the Ontario Geological Survey and others, we feel we have better quality wells out there to determine impacts to private well users versus going right to the private well users themselves. So we'll still be monitoring in the same aquifer units that people are taking water from, and that will give us that information we need to determine impact to private well takers in the area. We also know that the city of Guelph at that location takes water from the north, and this is where the connection comes to our current existing water network, where in essence, we steal water from ourselves if we do more pumping and more takings in a well field area. So there's the areas that we're looking at right now are really focusing on where we feel that there's going to be impacts, and we'll find that out, confirm that through that monitoring well network that we proposed.
And so what is your, in terms of that approach, and communicating that or getting input from the township's hydrogeologist, how has that transpired? Like, would our hydrogeologist be on board with saying, yeah, I don't think you need to monitor private wells? How's that discussion happen?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, we have engaged Hardin Environmental and AG as well through this process. So we did propose a water monitoring network, did receive feedback from the township on that network to create up that final plan that you saw there that was approved by the province through their permit to take water process. We have talked a lot about private well users and are currently coming up with a work plan to look at that cross-contamination aquifer issue that Stan has mentioned to this group as well, and to figure out if we can incorporate that into this part of the EA. Now, part of this project is also to see where our data gaps will be. So we'll finish this test. We could find out that, we need to go back and do more work here. And then we're open to do that. That is part of the EA process. So it is still a staged approach to figure out, what the final result and recommendations will be.
And for the well interference concerns, if there is someone that has a well interference concern, is that being limited to just that 1 kilometer radius? Or if there's someone outside of that 1 kilometer radius that's having an issue, that will still be considered?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anybody calls us, it'll go right to our on-call system 24 hours a day, and we'll address it as somebody having no water until we can figure out exactly what's been happening.
So suppose.
Hi, thank you for coming and giving your presentation. I have several questions. It's related to a letter that Stan Denhoog wrote to our source water protection. And it's dated July 11, 2024. And in there, they state that at a distance of 4.2 kilometers, there was a drawdown of approximately 2 meters. This was when the well GSTW 1-20 was tested. And my concern is that that's a drawdown of 2 meters, 4.2 kilometers away, and yet you're only limiting your notification to 1 kilometer away. I don't think that's enough. I think you should be considering expanding it to where you think there would be a minimal impact. Like 2 meters is a big drawdown for well, I would think, for a residential well. The other thing is, do you have any comments with respect to this letter, whether or not you should be doing monitoring of wells?
So through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not aware of this letter at the moment, so I don't want to speak at a turn here. I know, Service Protection is in the room or online, who might be able to speak specifically to the contents of that letter. But the 1 kilometer radius, is what is required under the permitted water process, and has been approved by the Ministry of the Environment. Now, we do have monitoring wells, though, those high quality wells that I was speaking to outside of that 1 kilometer radius that we will continue to monitor that drawdown. And if there is any impacts, we will definitely address through our well interference.
A question of Kyle Davis, who I understand is online. I'm just thinking that well, next time we have to work with
I didn't switch chairs.
I will take. Hi, Kyle.
Hello.
Hi, Kyle. This letter of July 11th, 2024. Is your understanding that it was shared with the city of Guelph? And if so, do you know what reaction was received from the city of Guelph at that time?
Yeah, I will double check. My understanding is it was shared, but I'll work with Emily and we'll find out if there was a miscommunication there. So that was from Hardin Environmental, Emily, July 2024.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to suggest that we ask our hydrogeologist to discuss this letter with the testing that's being proposed. My concern is, first of all, twofold. The distance of the monitoring, 1 kilometer, and second of all, the notification letter sending only to 1 kilometer away. I think if I read this letter correctly, the effect was felt 4.2 kilometers away. Right down at 2 meters. I think we have to expand the scope to provide a reason for somebody saying, oh, my well is drying down and maybe 3 kilometers away. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'll come back to you once we go around the issue. Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I had inquired if our hydrogeologist had any comments on the project happening, and that's where this letter came through from staff. So I had some questions as well regarding that. So maybe I'll just leave that to what's going to happen after the meeting. There were some recommendations in there, so I'd like to just know that those are being addressed and going forward. I guess similar to Councillor Goyda, I was hoping to hear more about how the city of Guelph is looking for more water. We're, out to 2051. Of course, that also brings up questioning like what happens after that date without any impact to neighboring municipalities. And I didn't really hear that in the presentation. I mean, I hear that you have some monitoring wells and things like that, but I, of course, don't know which aquifers are being impacted. There's deep and there's shallow, and how is all that impacting the Pusslands residents? I haven't seen any of that information, and maybe that's what's coming out of the testing that's coming. So I look forward to that. My one question is, when you do the stage 6, I think it was stage 6 well tests, tests that are coming up. There's different rates. So there was a 50 liter per second at this well near Forestell. Where does that amount come from? Is that just a guess of what you're going to need, and then it's being simulated, or where does that amount come from?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So first part of your question, yes, a lot of that information will come out of this testing program. So we don't have the answers yet. This is the point of what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
So the second part of your question is the rate was determined based on that initial feasibility study that was completed in 2020. So where we were able to pump that well to a sustainable rate of 50 liters a second. So that provided us with enough information to say that this is potentially a viable source for the city of Guelph to use in the future. But we need to know how that impacts the larger picture, which is stage 5 and 6, as we move forward.
So is that your maximum?
That's right.
That you would take, not any more than that?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I had some questions about the quarry water pond. I mean, it said in the presentation you needed to keep the pond level at a certain level. I'm not clear on why that matters. Maybe you can explain why you can't take more out of the pond and why you need more out of the wells.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, so the Corey dewatering is linked to our nearest source, which is the Membro well on Water Street. So in order to maintain, we're calling it a groundwater divide, and this is the operational testing portion of this environmental assessment. We need to maintain a groundwater divide where we're not pulling water from the pond into our well because it's a surface water source moving through the bedrock aquifers, through the aquitard, which is that protective layer of rock, into our well. And so that could draw contamination through that system, which is be very detrimental to our whole water supply system. So part of this program is to figure out what those rates are at the Corey Pond and the Membro well to maintain that divide. So we're not pulling that water through the system. It's sitting where it should stay, and the two takings are kind of going out like this, if I could try to visualize that for you. But there was a concept that we are testing through this, that we could take more water either from our well or more water from the Corey and use that water as part of municipal water supply. Because the Corey will always be dewatering. So it's we don't want to waste that water, right? We're trying to use it in the most sustainable way. So that is still being tested throughout the program as well. And we'll have that answer ideally at the end of this program too.
Okay, that's super helpful, because I wasn't understanding how that factored in. And I guess my last question was, and I think this was from information from the website, but is one of the options to try to take your test wells and then convert them into actual wells? And I don't know the difference between a test well and then a well that you're using to actually service the city.
Yeah.
But is that one of the options you're looking at? And then how would that impact the well closest to Puslinch if it was converted?
Right, yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, that is the point of the testing program. So it's to use these wells that were drilled, some of them in the 60s, some more recently that were modeled as potential sources, but there was a well installed, so they're test wells versus some of our model sources in the water supply master plan. To see if there's a sustainable taking there, and then once there is, that would move into our linear water and wastewater servicing master plan as a new water supply source for the city of Guelph. And so the water supply master plan itself is staged at looking at our existing sources, so optimizing, which was that initial project 2, which is part of this project, right? Looking at our test wells inside the city, and then we kind of stage it looking outside of the city. So you may be aware of the Logan well, the Northeast well, EA that's also happening at the moment. That kind of goes to your 2051 question. These are important answers for us to get on the viability of these test wells to determine if we have enough water to support the targeted population growth for the city of Guelph.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have something?
Yeah.
So through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bailey, just to kind of reiterate the purpose of stage 5 and 6. Like Emily has mentioned, GSTW 01 and Ironwood, along with all the other wells, have been tested along with our municipal system. The biggest difference between stage 5 and 6 is we're trying to see what is the worst case scenario. So if we are pumping everything at max rate that we possibly can based on operational constraints and others amongst the quarry, based on just our existing pumping wells that we already have permits to take water for in our municipal system, amongst trying to manage the groundwater divide at the Doline quarry in order to try to control, I'll say, poor water quality entering the gas port formation, and adding 2 additional potential municipal water supply wells, what does that mean to the entire environment? And so, of course, we're talking in terms of the specifics to the city of Guelph, fully recognizing that those capture zones go out. There's no secret boundary, within the city limits. That certainly extends within Puslinch Township. And that's absolutely what we're looking at. The difference here is that we're looking at the monitoring wells as opposed to private water wells. And that's because those rates that we're proposing now were actually what was tested previously. And so the difference is that we're just maximizing what we're able to pump operationally everywhere else at the same time as these two wells. So I don't know if that provides it.
Yeah, that's helpful, but then it brings me back to Councillor Sakulis's concern about maybe we need to be informing people more than 1 kilometer away, like maybe the industry, maybe Puslinch industry is going to be impacted. Who knows, how close they are. So I know 1 kilometer is what's expected. It would be nice maybe if the city could go beyond the 1 kilometer notification and let others know maybe within a 4 kilometer radius, since we've seen some impact on that. I'll just leave that with you. Thanks.
Councilor Hurst.
Thanks, folks. Yeah, I probably just share my colleagues' concerns with lack of any private well monitoring. I'd say just if I look at the time of year, we're talking late July, if we have no significant rain events, that's the time of year where we start seeing wells go dry into August. So I think to me, it's looking at how do those particular homeowners in the impacted area even comprehend water quality and or the drop in their wells. So I would encourage just maybe a reevaluation of that, even if it's a handful of wells as tasks, just to give a degree of comfort there. Yeah, and I think just in addition to the kilometer piece, and I just had a quick look at my Google Maps, so from where that well is, it wouldn't touch anybody in concession 4 at all. There's a lot of residential housing right along that road, as well as over to side road 20 past Forrestal. There's a lot of residential rural homes there. So I'm just kind of thinking really quickly, maybe my recommendation would be is to rethink that kilometer in terms of the impacts, because you're probably looking at just a quick map here on Google Earth, like 6 or 8 homes is all that would probably be notified, right? And there's I think there'd be a lot more people impacted. So I'll leave it at that. And, certainly welcome the mayor's comments.
Careful. I'll try to approach this linear. So if it's in the report, I apologize. What's the general amount of water you're looking for per day? Are you looking for 1 million liters a day, 2, 3? What's the need to 2051?
Up to 2051. I unfortunately don't have that.
What number do you
off the
have?
top of my head.
What number do you have top of mind that you're looking for?
So to the mayor, the water supply master plan has a deficit of over 12,000, meters cubed per day at 2051 for the city of Guelph, based on our current plan is the best number I can give you probably off the top of my head. So working towards that target through all the projects that are in the water supply master plan. These are critical projects. That's why there's projects 2, 3, and 4. Project 1 being our Clyde well, which we're bringing back online, which is inside of the city, to future water supply for the city. Now determining the AA will tell us if that's a good thing or a bad thing, or a realistic expectation or not a realistic expectation. So we take that information and then we restage projects through the water supply master plan based on cost, effort, impact, or viability. Yep.
When Gold Line was operating as a quarry, which I'm not sure if they're still operating, I know that we've done the land transfer for there's different terms for it, but when it was dewatering, was I forget the term you referenced, but was not safety, but was the water going in the direction was there no backflow from the quarry to your municipal well? So if they're dewatering, and I did a quick Google search of 13.7 million liters per day, and I forget that terminology that you used, was that protection for your well still there while they dewatered?
So to the mayor, we need the quarry to continually dewater to maintain protection to the source at Membro. In the meantime, we have redrilled a new well at that location, which is the current well that we're using to pump water to the city of Guelph. Which part of this program was to confirm that connection and then determine what needs to happen in the future to maintain that groundwater divide. We do have water treatment on our wells regardless. So if there's water's never been compromised based on potential quality issues between the two connecting bodies of water, but we need to figure out a long-term future on what this looks like between those two systems interacting.
Understood. So 13.75 million liters per day dewatered while operations were happening. That, in my mind, then, by you saying that it needs to continue, ensures that the water will go from your well to the pond. It won't go backwards.
We're trying to go the other way.
But
yeah,
that's
Yeah.
not desirable in the sense that now you have less water available, but it protects your source that you're not getting, I think the term was dirty water into your system. So the 13.75 ensures the flow goes that way for the risk. So the risk is low. Is that right?
Yeah, so we're trying to manage that risk, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's exactly 13.5 or what it is,
I
but
just Googled this.
yeah, that's probably their maximum taking, but that's part of the operational testing program is to determine that buffer area. And then the goal being to get, to use that quarry dewatering as new water supply for the
And I
state.
heard that, which is great, it's where you are already aware of where I'm working
Yes.
towards, but. But on the flip side of this, now this is gonna go on the effluent side. Is the capacity of the river. Dependent on that dewatering for the sewage from Guelph to be placed into the river.
So, sorry, if you misled your mayor, in working with, Dolime, the quarry owners, and essentially, looking at environmental approvals over a new use. It was deemed that essentially that water that's being bypassed to the river is in addition. It's not essentially the base flow needed to, maintain sewage, and the health of that river at the end of the day. So the GRCA and others have been involved in that conversation. As Emily has talked about, that dewatering maintained a divide for us, to the point where we came with a current solution. And really the intent is that, once we understand the dynamics of the system from the work we're doing now and the separate iterations of wells pumping and what that means to groundwater, that ideally we'd seek to utilize that, a portion of that 13 million liters of water per day, for a water supply source, while maintaining the divide and all these other objectives. So,
So it's,
yes.
it's a big undertaking, but where my concern was that, the capacity of the river was contingent on the dewatering. So that would just negate any opportunity to utilize any of that water, but I'm understanding that this is very high level, like there's a lot of moving parts, but at a high level. There's potential for some water capacity there, because it doesn't have to go in the river, because there's no way anybody's gonna make you. Take that water and then all of a sudden the river doesn't have the capacity for your effluent. Well, that's not good for the community, so. My next question, and this has been raised historically, is around the system leakage. And do you have a number of the amount of liters that maybe you're allowed to disclose, maybe not?
In answer to your question, we do complete an annual survey through best management practices. It's called a water balance audit. It's promoted by the American Water Works Association, International Water Association. Within that, it's a factor that we look at. It looks at what is a new system that would have zero or next to no leakage versus factors over and above that. I started with the city in the late 2000s. Essentially, at that point, we were over 3 times the base amount. At this time, we're at 1.5 of the factor, which is essentially industry best. And something that we had a heightened taking or a heightened demand, and our crews are out chasing those leaks in real time now. So the city's done a lot of a lot of work there. We understand that a part of facilitating growth is making sure we're efficient with our supplies as well. So that's definitely front and center for us.
And so for me, an analogy I would have used was that like industry standard. So if we had an industry, I'll just pick on trucking companies and, they had 10 trucks out of 100 losing a wheel. And that was the industry standard. Well, maybe we need to review the industry standard and say, well, maybe it should only be, 2 trucks out of 100 that are losing wheels. But so I don't always buy into that, oh, we're at the industry standard. Another analogy would be, the consumption of farmland for growth. Senator Wellington went through urban boundary expansion, and the initial proposal was larger and they intensified to bring that impact lower. So I view the water as similar, and it sounds as though the leakage is being addressed, but I don't support the the industry standard. We can always do better. So that's great, because between the two things, if we look at Dolime and we look at reducing leakage, we could lessen the sprawl of our water takings, because along with possible impacts real time to wells, there's a WAPA queue that's going to come with that sucker. And that has development restrictions and lots of concerns for Pusslish. I mean, I'm not sure the coverage right now from wellhead protection areas, but it's already significant in the township, and actually, I should mention, it's great that the city of Guelph is covering those costs now, because that protects, you know, the water for your residents, and but those wellhead protection areas keep getting larger and keep coming into the township, so that's why, you know, a new one at Forestel is less advantageous to us, where if you find the Doe line, you know, can work, capture some of that leakage and meet your needs, or at least say, whatever, you're on it. I got notes all over the place here. So the dewatering at the test well, I forget the Q10, whatever it was at 50 liters per second. Is that the report that Hardin indicated 4.2 kilometers away, there was a 2-meter drawdown? Was that at that same time at 50 liters per second?
Yeah, to the mayor, I believe so. That drawdown, you know, I can confirm through that feasibility testing, but did not impact, I just want to reiterate, did not impact the private well takers at the time that we were monitoring. So, even going further out at this point, right, we would be going back to those same residents who didn't have impact the last time at the same water rate. Now, climate conditions can change and things like that. So, but this is where, again, our high quality monitoring well network, which we've installed since, will give us better data on potential impacts versus monitoring people's private wells. So.
Understood. And my limited understanding is that it's not necessarily the amount of drawdown, it's the rebound. So if it draws down 2 meters, but then you shut your pump off and it comes back, that's how Nestle operated and they're monitoring. It was always about the rebound, is my understanding. So I would need more information, because if the pumps are on, it goes down 2 meters, everybody still has water. Evening comes, maybe middle of the night comes, pumps are off, goes back up. Then, you know, possibly we have less concerns. If it goes down 2 meters, it stays down 2 meters, maybe that's more of a concern. So I'll leave that for discussion through the part of environmental. And so one thing I have a concern with you stated was, you know, if people see anything wrong, they should report it. Well, these are wells. I mean, when they see something wrong, it's going to be the well went dry. So I would like staff or somebody to look into actually resource water. Does anybody know how much a data logger costs? But like the actual data logger that goes in the well. Does anybody have a ballpark figure?
Depends on what type of logger, the mayor. So anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000.
So I want a data logger that would measure the ups and downs of the well level. So I don't know which one would do that.
Well, through the mayor, we are doing that, right? So we are monitoring that type of response and system and impact in the taking in those higher quality wells that we've installed at the multi-levels that mimic, right, what people are taking for their private water supply.
I understand, but I can guarantee you that residents are not going to care that you're monitoring a high quality well. They're going to care if their well is monitored. And, you know, I caution myself, I'm gonna say it, I would agree with you that, you know, we could use the high quality well and likely get data. But I do believe we need to do some private wells. That'll give some assurance to the residents, right? But that's why I was asking how much. So I would like staff, now I don't know if there's a possibility with, Blue Triton has ceased operations. If they have a bunch of data loggers sitting on a shelf, that they would be willing to supply to the township. I would prefer the city to monitor some of these private wells. I'm not saying all of them. That can be worked out from staff to staff. It also is contingent on a willing landowner. We've had, I need to talk about other notes where they put it. I want to talk about Lafarge. Permit to take water before I finish my rant. So the access to their wells, some are not above grade, I don't know. So
yeah,
there's a lot of, again, everything we do is challenging, but I'm sure we'll find some willing residents that have an accessible well that we could put data loggers in that would help affirm your position that there's no impact. Because if you only do those quality wells, we're not, how are we going to refute a resident's complaint that it affected their well?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just reiterate, you know, that the key really, like, what I'm hearing is that the concern is that water well users may lose water, so to speak. And so really the key is that they come and contact us, because we don't want that to happen. We don't expect it to happen, but if it does, you know, we send somebody out. I think in the previous test that we did on the other side of the city, staff were there, our consultant was there with the contractor within 2 hours. Issues were mitigated, and those particular circumstances, it had nothing to do with our pumping test, but at least those residences had an assurance. You know, some people are scared, sometimes you see some weird things come out of your tap. You happen to think, okay, well, maybe it has something to do with what's going on with the pumping test. We want them to call us, we want to understand what's going on. And certainly, we have huge mitigation plans in place in the event that worst case scenario, somebody absolutely completely loses water and we're unable to lower their pumps. Now, with that said, we don't expect that to happen because it didn't happen during the previous pumping test. So I don't know if that addresses your concern in terms of some, you know, anxiety that some residences may have with the potential for losing of water, which we don't anticipate.
That's all reactionary, right? I want to be proactive. So if I have a well across the street from the pump down, I want a data logger in there, and I want you to have the data that when it's on, say my pump is at 10 meters, to then tell me after the test, when we drew it down, the water level went down 2 meters. So there's still 8 meters of water above where your pump in your private well is. So no concerns. Whereas the situation you're describing is pump down happens, the water level decreases so much that my pump doesn't have water. Well, that's problematic. So that's reactionary. So I want the data ahead of it so that we can reassure at least willing hosts. So I just think there's just two different components. That last part is an integral part, and it's excellent. And I think Nestle Waters had a well interference, and they were wonderful. If somebody called and complained, they went and investigated. They did data loggers, and I think the same experience was 99% of the time. It wasn't due to their, I don't know, actually, I would say that I don't recall any well issue that was a direct result of their water taking, but they investigated them all, which is a great service. But I still feel that the data logger. So as part of when you're discussing it, like staff to look into if the city of Guelph is unwilling to do the data loggers on private wells or monitoring somehow, I don't know if there's always, I don't suspect we're not gonna measure them manually, but it's very expensive, but maybe there's some options there. Lastly, we spoke of the water flow from your production well to Doline. And my understanding is that during the quarrying process, they punched through the Aquitard or the Gazon. Did you call it the Gazon? Is that, pardon me? The Vimont, is that the one they punctured? So now there's a connection between the two. Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that's very problematic.
Yes.
I hope that you guys have your have your lens on the permit to take water for, is it Lafarge? Because in the reports, it says that formation changes heights, and there's a real high risk. I've seen heads nod, but a high risk that could be replicated, and it's very problematic. So I'm glad to see that you have your, well, it sounds like you have your eyes on it, because
Yeah. To the mayor, yeah, absolutely. We have submitted comments to the ministry. Similar to what Wellington Source Protection has done. We've collaborated with our partners in Wellington Source Protection and Hard Environmental on what those comments mean, and have been working with Lafarge for at least 5 years now to determine impacts. And we're all waiting to see what the results of those comments from the ministry at this point.
So where I land, and I think it's relatively clear, is that I would really appreciate to see capacity from the Doline work out for a non-technical term. I know there's a lot of work for that to transpire, as well as continuing to work on the leaks. Even though you're meeting standards and maybe the best, you're the top of your class for that, but similar to the farmland, the sprawl, we have to be responsible. I'm not saying you're not responsible. So that's it. What do you have?
Well, I think, we should be, I don't know the proper mechanism, Courtney, should we be asking, you to, arrange a meeting with our hydrogeologist in the city of Guelph to go over the, July 11th letter, specifically with respect to the monitoring of private wells and, expanding the notification area to encompass more, given the fact that, there was a 2-meter drawdown noticed, 4.2 kilometers away.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I might just want to look to Kyle Davis to see if he has a comment on maybe a suggested approach.
Certainly, thank you. Through the mayor, yes, we can absolutely connect with Emily and her team after the meeting to coordinate that and just to discuss the comments and the response that we've received from the city on this matter.
And also include the point that the mayor made with respect to using data loggers, either city if you have data loggers. I'm sure you have some around that you can use. Otherwise, look to see if we can engage our own hydrogeologist to do the data logging.
Well, we can lease those things or rent them for, we don't need to own them. We need them for, what's the pump test, 30 days?
30 days, yeah.
Can you lease those things or?
You can rent them.
Yeah, I know I shouldn't put like.
Well, we'll talk.
Okay,
For sure.
you guys can.
Yeah.
There, sorry, I'll just see if he's very.
Yeah, that's basically it. I don't know what you have.
I'm sorry, just the name of, I just heard you say it, but I forget it now. The
I
name
forget
of
it
the
too.
device that
Oh,
we're.
data
Data logger, yeah.
Good, all right.
Yeah, my concern is, climate conditions will change, but we've been through a drought the last few years. And who knows, the water levels might be down such that a 2-meter drawdown may cause a lot of angst for the residents. And as the mayor says, a private well is different from a properly maintained one. So there's a big difference between quality of, impact. And also, you're looking at the bigger picture for Guelph, we're looking at the bigger picture for Coastal until 2051 beyond.
All right, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, just a question, and this is in reference to the Hardin report here in front, but it discusses a combined impact between City of Guelph. So if you're trying to do your max testing, how much do we need? How's that impacting around? But it mentions Region of Waterloo as well. So when you're doing that test, are you also able to somehow simulate Region of Waterloo? Like all of a sudden taking a whole bunch of water and seeing the impacts on that? Are you able to do that in the testing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yeah, we have been speaking to the Region of Waterloo, and when we've confirmed that they're not gonna be testing at the same time we're testing, because that would influence data. And we wouldn't know what's happening really in the system based on what.
But that would
But
show
then
a
we will
worst case
also,
scenario.
so we are also getting data from the Region of Waterloo to determine impacts and vice versa. So to see what the takings, there's no current plan to do everything at once between the region and the city. That could be an outcome of the EA, right? Is to like go ahead and do that future work to determine what that impact is on each other and everybody in between, right?
I think that would
So.
be really valuable information. to
Absolutely,
be
yeah.
gathering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we would look to like things like that as recommendations out of the environmental assessment.
And doing that in a drought situation
Absolutely, yeah.
and doing it in a
Mhm.
high water situation, we need to have those tests
Mhm.
and see the data on there. Interesting. Okay, great, thanks.
I have one other question. Where's the water going when you're pumping?
So, yeah. So currently, to the mayor, we are looking at multiple discharge locations, but specifically for the well of interest, that GSTW1 well. We're looking at pumping that water to the sanitary system. Yeah, yeah, during the test. Because that's where eventually it would go, right? If we put a water treatment plant in and needed to discharge that water to waste.
It's just, if you're approached by any gravel companies, ensure that they are permitted to, have water brought onto their site. I'll just leave it there. Just because they're there and convenient doesn't mean it's permitted use, but it sounds like sanitary is probably the appropriate place to put it, but that's a lot of water.
A lot of water.
So, okay. So I don't know if it's, you can just sort of read the recommendations.
So if you, Mr. Chair, can read what I've captured, and then if there's feedback, so it's to receive the presentation. The council directs staff to request a meeting with Hardin Environmental Source Water Protection in the city of Guelph to discuss the July 11th, 2024 letter and recommendations from Hardin Environmental regarding the testing radius requirements to expand beyond the 1 kilometer radius, given the drawdown effects being felt approximately 4 kilometers away. And that council directs staff to request Hardin Environmental and Source Water Protection to comment on the necessity and potential benefits of installing data loggers in specific private wells within the test radius area.
Their comment on the necessity is gonna be, it's not necessary. We've already stated that they have their quality wells. So
Remove
just-
it and just say the potential benefits.
We just request them to. Sell them.
I'll request the city of Guelph and failing the city of Guelph.
So through Mr. Chair, instead of having that be a discussion point with Hardin and Source Water, you're just simply wanting us to request the city do it.
I think you guys can all discuss it. Like, discuss getting some options. So it's gonna have to be a call to the residents, not literally, it's gonna be a query. To say, is there anybody out there that's willing to host a data logger? But the first part of the conversation is, will you do it? Right, if you're a hard no, which would be disappointing, then report back to us in fairly quick order. Because if there's a financial implication, we're gonna find out how much they are to rent, you know? And then obviously we want the staff here in Hardin to determine, and the public, determine where it's appropriate for a few of them. I mean, I could call you up and say, I want mine monitored, but I'm down in Morrison, that doesn't make sense. Right, so.
You can monitor mine.
There you go. Anyway, so have those conversations and then.
I've got somebody in the audience who's volunteered as well.
The city has monitored our well in the past, when they were pumping for the computer station.
Okay. So.
So through Mr. Chair, I've changed the last piece to that council direct staff to request that the city of Guelph install data loggers in specific private wells within the test radius area.
You guys can have those conversations and. You come back from a meeting. Moving that? Yep. Okay, seconder, Councilor Hurst. Any last questions or comments? Okay, guys. That's Karen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is. Sure. All right, I believe we're on to consent items. And then, what time are we breaking today? All right, so we can do recommendation for the consent agenda, please.
The consent agenda items listed for the April 16th, 2025 council meeting be received for information.
Can I move her, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Bailey.
Yeah.
All right, items to be pulled out. I'll come back to Councilor Curtis.
Oh, 6.7 and 6.10, oh, sorry, 6.9.
Mr. Bailey here?
Nope.
Councilor Hurst?
No.
No, Councilor Curtis?
Yeah, we, was it not there?
Just wait. We're likely going to take a break and then come back. We'll be dealing with the Mill Creek stuff. So you probably have an hour or more. Do they certify?
It's in the calf.
Call it break.
So sorry, you're saying timelines again?
Is Mill Creek right after our break? Sorry, I should have given you a heads up earlier in the meeting. Just could you give me items on the consent to pull up?
Sorry, no, I don't think I will.
It's further down the reports, further down through the reports.
I would suggest you have at least an hour and 15 minutes from this moment. And I will wait till you return within reason. call or email or something, if something happens, please, that you're not coming back.
Yeah.
You can always watch it online too, right? Okay, so just in consent, Council Schools pulled out 6.7 and 6.9. You state you don't have any items you want to pull out for consent agenda? Okay, so all in favor of receiving the balance of those? Favor? Okay, Council Schools, 6.6.
Yes, I'd like to, support the motion that, municipality Durham Council, made with respect to supporting the Benai First, motion to, basically, ban all Nazi symbols of hate. I understand that, there is a concern that we may inadvertently, ban, the swastika where it's being used in Indo-Asian communities, where it is a recognized cultural symbol. So my suggested motion would be is that we support the, motion, made by the municipality of Durham and give due recognition to the use of their swastika in Indo-Asian communities where it is a recognized cultural symbol.
I guess he'll move that and we'll second that. Okay, Councilor Goyda. Comments, Councilor Goyda?
No, I don't have any comments. I don't know if it was me, but I was a little actually confused with what they were proposing, because when I'm reading the resolution, I didn't actually see the word swastika. But they were suggesting changing it.
They passed it previously and they had to amend it. They go back and amend it.
Yeah, so they shared the
Yeah,
resolution.
well, I'm talking, they're talking about the Nazi Hakenkreuz, which is the
Yeah.
actual swastika. But the swastika actual symbol
It's
is,
different.
is a symbol that's being recognized by, well, actually, the actual word is swastika, and it's been anglicized to swastika. So, I'm using the word swastika. It is a symbol that's recognized in the Asian culture. It means good luck, good fortune type of thing.
And is it a different symbol than the,
It is a right-facing cross, the Nazi symbol has an actual rotation on it of roughly, 30 degrees, whereas the swastika is, 180 degrees. In other words, it's straight up and down.
right, so then there shouldn't be a confusion in bylaw.
There shouldn't be a confusion, but at the same time, I think that, this motion doesn't recognize the Indian community which uses that.
Right,
As a
Right.
symbol, it's a recognized symbol in, religious and, cultural events.
so sorry, what was the little caveat you had added?
And give due recognition to the use of the swastika in Indo-Asian communities where it's a recognized cultural symbol.
Sure. So I could support with that caveat put into the motion.
Sirs.
I'm just picturing, like, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just picturing like the administrative, like.
So,
thing.
so for clarity, we're not adopting a banning of this. We're just supporting whatever resolution.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I have major concerns about the administration of this, but
So we're supporting it and it's going to go to the federal government. The federal government will do what they do type of thing. They're either going to amend it or they're ignoring it or whatever the case may be.
so we're not adopting anything in our municipality, just
No.
so.
No, we're not.
No.
Given that clarification. Absolutely. Move forward. I think sure. I was picturing when I first read it, I was like, oh man, like, this is just a mouthful to navigate, but on that clarification, yeah, let's go.
I share concerns, you know, somebody could drive by a place and see it hanging on a door and it's Nazi hate symbol, then, you know, I just have, it's not clear enough because they're similar. I know some World War II aircraft, they would carry the Hakenkreuz and it would not be rotated to 30 degrees. So it could be straight up and down. So now there's an argument that straight up and down and it's messy. It's not an appropriate symbol in a hate. So I guess what it all hinges on is the reasoning why it's being displayed.
Right.
And then that's just problematic. And that would be, so displaying it in hate is inappropriate,
Yeah.
not supported, but I just have real concerns with penalizing that community because somebody stole their symbol and utilized it in a horrible way. So I'm not struggling supporting the resolution, but it makes me feel better that it's just, you know, supporting Durham's modification, so. That's where I am at. Okay, so, all in favor? Carried. 6.9.
Just Portsmouth Historical Society, I suggest we draft a letter of gratitude for their continuing involvement, in the members continuing involved in the community and keeping the historical documents up to date.
That's moved by Councilor Lewis, seconded by Councilor Goyda. Questions or comments?
Yeah, fantastic work.
I agree, I'm in favor. It's carried. Okay, I think we can break, no? Or
I'm just double checking. Let's see if we missed one.
that's the WDD? No,
Says 11:15.
15, yeah.
9.4.1, I don't see it. Oh, yeah.
It's an anyone.
That's the one I'm out. I'm going to eat some sandwiches.
Yeah, save us some.
Okay.
Is there somebody attending?
Someone there?
Yes.
Okay, well, if you're doing 9.4.1, then.
I'm sure.
Right? If not, come do
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just moving over our planner, Jesse, and then we also have our traffic engineer, Julia, on the line as well.
Thank you, Courtney.
Additionally, we do have the agent for the applicant online, but in the gallery.
Yeah, so good morning. Thank you for having me. So the reason I'm here is because I'm here with respect to an application for zoning bylaw amendment. The application is to facilitate the development of a subdivision consisting of 21 single detached dwelling units, a stormwater management block, as well as an environmental protection block. So as part of the overall approvals process, the applicant is interested in dedicating the EP lands to the township. Just for some context, typically these types of decisions are made at the time of draft plan of subdivision. The reason why this request is coming in advance of the draft plan of subdivision is because, sorry, I just realized my camera wasn't on. Apologize for that. Yeah, so the reason why this is coming in advance of the draft plan of subdivision is because it will potentially impact their proposed lot fabric. So they may wish to enlarge some of their lots if the township does not accept the EP lands as part of the approval process. The township, the township does not need to accept the EP lands, but it is an option if they wish to. So in terms of this, it's not common that this isn't a situation that comes up frequently. The reason is because you wouldn't normally have a huge a property would not be constrained by huge natural heritage features or as constrained as it is in this case. And often the natural heritage features are not entirely contiguous. So in this situation, there is a contiguous natural heritage feature. That natural heritage feature also is directly adjacent to a stormwater management block. So the township can acquire the natural heritage feature and also have access to it. So when considering whether to acquire this block 23, some considerations are maintenance, which is if it remains as a natural heritage block, maintenance is anticipated not to be overly significant. there might have to be some monitoring of the environmental block just because of the stormwater management pond. Access would be a consideration. So, I mean, ideally, the township would want to make sure that if they're acquiring a block of lands, they have access to it. In this case, we know that access can be provided through the stormwater management block. There was a question with regarding trails, whether trails can be accommodated on the EP lands. So, the township's ecologist basically provided that, I mean, some limited passive recreational uses are likely able to be accommodated, but there would have to be more consideration through the process. So for example, if you're introducing potentially non-indigenous species, or you're allowing off-leash an off-leash dogs to walk around off-leash, that might cause an impact. Yeah. So, I guess at this point, so as I mentioned, at this point, the applicant just wants some clarity in terms of whether the township would be willing to acquire the EP lands. Noting that decision on the application for zoning bylaw amendment is still pending, and this shouldn't really be this decision should not factor into whether the zoning bylaw amendment application is supportable in the future.
Thank you. So I'll turn over to questions from council. Councilor Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. I just have sort of a series of questions here, specifically as it relates to that any lands. So if the township decided that they didn't want to acquire it, what is the alternative option? Would that then be, or is that open for different options? Like, would it just be one big parcel of land that the applicant would continue to own? Would it be divided up into multiple parcels? Like, what is the alternate option?
So if the township did not acquire that block, it would remain with the owner. The owner would continue to own that block. The applicant has indicated that they may wish to revise the design a little bit based on whether the township is interested in acquiring the lands. They may wish to revise their application for a larger lot sizes for the residential, larger lot sizes for their dwellings. And of course, if they do revise their application, it would still have to meet the test consistency with the provincial planning statement and conformity with the county official plan.
Okay, and then in terms of making that decision now, I understand that the applicant would like to know that now because you're saying that it would potentially adjust the lot fabric, but does that lot fabric need to be established at this point in time? Or does that come? Like, I'm just not understanding exactly what the urgency is in knowing that right now.
So through the chair, the applicant right now has a draft plan of subdivision in with the county. So the draft plan, and the applicant also has a zoning bylaw amendment application. So the applications for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision together would establish minimum lot sizes, but it also the zoning bylaw amendment establishes that, and the draft plan of subdivision shows the overall lotting fabric and lot layout. So
Okay, that makes sense. In terms of the access, I know that there could be potential access through the stormwater. But that stormwater management block is its own parcel, is that correct? And then, the township would essentially own that block as well. And then the natural environment would be a separate block?
Yes, so they would both be under township ownership. They would be identified as separate blocks, but or they're presently identified as separate blocks. They may continue to be identified as separate blocks through the registration of the plans. However, they would be both under township ownership.
I don't know if there's necessarily concern with it, but just having it divided as two separate blocks with one not having access as part of that parcel, to me, seems like it could be, maybe not now, but down the road in the future, that could be an issue. So I think if that is the direction we go, my preference would be to see an access point to the road sort of form part of that natural environment parcel, and the stormwater management be a separate parcel that also has access, if that makes sense. In terms of liability, do we know what the liability, additional risk liability cost would be for assuming?
You, Mr. Chair, we don't have any of those estimates or ideas yet. But it would be, there would be a common right of passage over the land, being public lands, unless we sign it or do something, like we'd have to look to our lawyer for that. And then there's also, as noted in some of the information in the council package, just some concerns right now about sort of inviting the public to these lands, given the environmental constraints that they have and some of the environmental features that we don't necessarily want to have impacted in a negative way. So there's just those types of things, as well as, you know, establishing a trail system where we are inviting the public. There's legislation that we'd have to look at in terms of accessibility for creating those types of, that type of infrastructure for the public as well. None of that has been thoroughly examined by staff in terms of cost.
So can you walk me through, so right now my understanding is that there are some kind of like informal trails through that piece of land, is that right? I don't know, is that right? Is that right? There's informal trails through that natural environment parcel right now?
I've heard.
In any case, I guess my question is if we were to acquire that land, it's now public land. Do we have to either establish formal trails through that or close it? Like, how do we manage who's using that land? Jesse.
So, through the chair, like these wouldn't be dedicated as parkland. It would be dedicated as an environmental block. So there's no requirement that the township has to permit access to that environmental block. The township may choose to permit access, and the township's ecologist has provided some information on that, saying that suggesting that there's some passive recreational activity that could be accommodated, but there's no requirement that the township needs to permit public access to that block.
Sorry, I'm asking so many questions, but so my next question is the current lot fabric has the backside of several of the lots that would be adjacent to this natural environment land. So has the applicant spoken to fencing that area so that there's a clear divide between where the residential lots end and the natural environment starts? And I say that because I'm trying to avoid the issue down the road where we have people walking and hiking through there and wandering into people's backyards, or the opposite, where homeowners start encroaching with sheds and things into past the back of their backyards into the natural environment. Has there been any discussion about fencing and who would put that in?
So through the chair, there has not been a discussion about fencing. However, that can be addressed through the conditions of approval of the draft plan of subdivision. So we can request that fencing be provided to prevent access onto the environmental block and access from the environmental block onto the residential lots. And the county would be the approval authority for those conditions.
Okay, and then lastly, the parking for it, is there, I think I read in there that hasn't been considered, but I'm not sure if that's something that we should be looking at. Making sure that if that's going to be eventually trails through there, should there be adequate parking in the past, so that we're avoiding issues that we've seen in other areas where there's trails and no parking for those.
So, through the chair, so with respect to parking, I know that there is the one park that can accommodate some parking that was provided, I believe, by Public Works. But, the thing with this whole approach is that, the lands would be available if the township wanted to establish a trail, like, I mean, a trail system does not have to be established and it's not proposed at this time, right? But the idea is that if a trail system were to be developed, I mean, the lands would be available to the township to develop that trail system, but there is no requirement that a trail system be developed.
I think where I'm kind of landing with that, with the natural environment, is that I think it would be great for the township to have it and have recreational trails through there. I just don't feel like I have a significant understanding of what that means for the township in terms of resources and cost and liability to be able to make an informed decision on that one way or the other. So I would say yes, maybe, but at this moment in time at this meeting, I don't think I could support saying yes definitively, we want to take it. That's where I kind of land on that. I do also have some questions about traffic.
Well, let's do this part first, and then we can hop into the traffic. Okay, so we'll just confine our discussions to this park land. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, agreeing with Councillor Goyda that we don't have any of the details. We don't know what parking, we don't know what trails, we don't know what we can and can't do and what that would look like. I, though, am in favor of attaining this block mostly for the purpose of a natural asset for the municipality. So whether we put trails in there or not, this is a wetland that helps with climate mitigation, flood control, biodiversity. It has a lot of functions that are happening without us even knowing that it's happening. And I think there's a lot of value to land like that. I think down the road, maybe if we can be looking at partnering with Conservation Halton to help maintain some trail system. I know City of Burlington has a really great parking setup at Lowville Park where it's kind of gated, but it's not manned, and maybe we can have some sort of controlled access to something like that. I think all that conversation can happen later down the road. But at this point, I'd be in favor of attaining the land for the natural asset value of it.
Councillor first.
Yeah, gosh, more questions than answers on this one, I think, from my perspective. I compartmentalize it in my notes. I think what I'm not clear on is what the immediate costs to the township are, and what the long-term costs are. Until that clarity is sought, I'm not sure I would be prepared to make a decision or a recommendation. I agree with Councilor Bailey's comments, like anytime you can add, I'll call it, this land is undevelopable, basically. It's green space, and anytime we can preserve that for the community benefit, like, absolutely. A couple thoughts. I really like the idea of engaging Halton Conservation. I think that to me is like, absolutely. A couple other ideas, like if and I'm quite supportive of a trail system, but also hesitant on the liability. But maybe this is a process where we could request that the developer make the trails, and at which point, once that's a significant cost, or could be, once that's achieved, then maybe we start down the process. So yeah, I think I have more questions than answers. I think in concept, sure, I'm quite interested, but need a lot more details. And I think the larger piece with this development, I don't want to sidetrack this conversation, is I think we've got very major traffic issues to deal with that need to get satisfied before any conversation around, block 23 probably takes place. Like, I'm intrigued with it, but my take would be is unless we get the traffic issue around this proposed development addressed, then, you know, the access in block 23 is a moot point in my mind. My 2 cents.
What I'm hearing around the table is basically, we want to defer this decision until we have more information. And issues of concern are parking, liability, short-term costs, long-term costs. My personal comment would be, how does this affect the apartment dedication fee, which we would get from the lots being sold?
So through you, Mr. Chair, as I understand this, the acquisition of this block one way or the other doesn't impact the cash in lieu of parkland dedication fee. This is something sort of separate to that because it's not being dedicated as parkland. And I did just want to just to remind council of the, should the decision be to acquire the land now or down the road, we do have our Parks Master Plan update that's coming forward, and that would be a good opportunity to likely dig into the needs of trail systems, the costs, the resourcing, et cetera. So there is a process coming up down the line where we're going to be looking into that as well.
I just wonder if we could have a suggested motion drafted that sort of defers this pending additional information to staff along the elements that councils have asked for.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, it's more information around liability, impacts generally,
Short-term, long-term costs for trail, no trail, parking. Whole management with another authority such as Halton. Anybody have any other suggestions?
Mr. Chair, perhaps access. Yeah.
Access.
Whether the developer would put in fencing and or trails.
Whether the developer would be interested in providing a trail system. Anything else, Sarah?
No, but I did have a question about the access. I think I wrote it down. We've heard that there would be access through to block 23 through the stormwater management block, but what sort of access is it? Is it like we can walk through it, or would there be room for a car to drive through it? Are we limited?
My understanding is that the works department won't be able to have a truck go around it, so it'll be at least a width of a
Okay.
truck. I think also Gord also mentioned the fact that she's concerned about not having access to the parkland. A dedicated access rather than having it landlocked between the stormwater management parcel.
So through Mr. Chair, that's realistically looking at some sort of a pedestrian access off of Highway 6.
No, it's an access off Street A. In other words, we don't want two separate parcels, block 22 and then block 23 as being two separate parcels. There should be a block 23 should have a legal access to Street A.
Unless you combine the two blocks.
Unless you combine the two blocks,
Jesse?
which provides.
Sorry, that was what I was gonna say. It could potentially be one block and then.
Okay, so that's another option that could.
Just a lot line of adjustment.
So it's that the report be received and that council defer the decision on the acquisition of block 23 until such time as more information is provided to council, including liability matters, short and long-term costs of a trail system or no trail system, parking, co-management opportunities, access, the potential for a developer-funded trail system, and the potential of creating one block between block 22 and 23 in order to address some of the access issues.
You mentioned parking as well.
Parking is in there, yes.
Okay. So we have Go ahead.
Well, can we add something about attaining it for natural asset benefits? And the value of that?
What's your slant on that?
Because it's valuable
Well,
to have a natural asset that the municipality owns.
So through Mr. Chair, my thought is on that, we may not be able to assign a value to it, but we could look at the opportunity to limit public access or not have a formalized trail system and just leave it naturalized, and there might be different, liability potential on both of those, and certainly from an operational cost perspective, there would be different.
Yeah, just a comment, just to comment on it.
okay, can we wait until we get the report and then we can pursue that further? Does that work for you? Has there
Yeah,
got
but
more
the
than enough
report, but if we don't put it in there, the report won't say anything about it being a natural
But I
asset.
think I think these issues are more important right now to address that. Like, I don't think your item is a precipitating matter. It's gonna
I think a
swing.
natural asset gets rid of trails, gets rid of parking, gets rid of access,
Oh, I
gets
see
rid
where
of
you're
all of
coming
that.
from. Okay, and including this, being considered a natural asset.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
kind
understand
of-
where you're coming from.
it's
I
kind
thought
of
you were looking at financial value.
Undeveloped, yeah.
Okay, fair enough, I
Yeah.
got you. Okay. All right, so I have a mover and a seconder for this particular motion, moved by Councillor Hurst, seconded by Councillor Bailey, all in favor? Great, so let's move on to the second part, which is the traffic issues. There's been a lot of discussion on the traffic concerns, so I'll leave it up to Councillor Whittaker to kick us off on any questions.
So I had a question about the sight lines at what I think we're calling Back Street, that the part of Back Street that runs onto Badenoch.
Can we clarify that? Because to me, that's not Back Street, that's Ock Street, or is that Back Street? Sorry, Councillor Doyle.
Jesse, I was wondering if you can clarify. We call
Oh,
the
sorry.
road
That's that is through the chair, that portion is considered Ox Street.
Okay, so let's call it Ox Street for the purpose of our discussion.
So Ox Street, but. So the sight lines where Ox Street meets Badenoch. In terms of how they were measured, so. My understanding that is typically in the township of Buslench, when we have like an access, a permit for a new road, new driveway access. That the township's practice is to use sightline distances for a speed limit set at 80 kilometers an hour. Regardless of what the actual speed limit is on that section of road. I believe that the sightlines at this particular portion were measured based on the fact that the speed limit at this section of road is 50 kilometers an hour. Is that correct?
Sorry, could I turn that question over to Ms. Salvini? Is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer the question. In part anyways, I'm not aware of any township policy that says that we would use an 80 kilometer per hour design speed for a township driveway. So I would have to defer to staff on that. My name is Julia Salvini. I'm a transportation consulting engineer that acts on behalf of the township on a number of different development applications. And I can tell you, I have worked on a number of them in the township where we have not done that. If there's a policy I'm unaware of, I apologize. So perhaps somebody else from staff could answer that, but I can tell you what was done as part of this application, if that would be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, we had a couple of different ways of looking at sightlines. So Badenoch Street is actually a county road, and they have an access policy that they use for determining new intersections as well. Their policy is based on some historical information from the Transportation Association of Canada, and theirs is based on the posted speed, but there's an adjustment factor in there that for a posted speed of 50, the design speed is somewhere around 60 kilometers an hour. When we spoke with the applicant, they chose to use the Transportation Association of Canada criteria directly for a couple of reasons. One, it's been updated since the county used it to develop their own guidelines. But the other thing it does is that it provides information about how to account for large trucks. And we wanted them, based on discussion with staff at the township, to take a look at both the site distance requirements for cars, for a car turning out of Ox Street, and also for a snowplow. We were particularly concerned about snowplows because they take up a lot of space in front of the vehicle, and also they have a different driver's eye height. So the consultant did do that. We did a few things to check the parameters that we were using. So staff actually measured the front part of the snowplow to make sure that when we were doing the calculations around site distance, we were accounting for the fact that with the plow blade out, they require quite a bit of distance. And the reason that that's significant in this situation, as you can appreciate, is there's a retaining wall on the southwest corner of the intersection that actually is in the way of the site distance triangle for snowplow today. So that was significant. They used that parameter. The other one is we asked staff to manage where a driver's eye height would be in a snowplow, because it's a large vehicle, it takes up more time to turn, but because the driver's eye is higher, they can see farther. So they require more sight distance, but they have more sight distance because they can see farther. So they use those parameters when they were looking at the truck distance requirements. So then when they were measuring the site distance, they did two different things. One, they got the design drawings for Badenoch Street. So the county did do a regrading and an upgrade to the road. I don't have a date for you, but it's relatively recently, actually, in the last 10 years. And they had the design drawings available, but not the as-built drawings. So they used the design drawings to show on the drawing how are these parameters met. And then they went out into the field to measure them using, I assume they use specialized equipment. It's a fairly detailed assessment. And they reported all of that. So we worked with them. We went back and forth. And when I say we, I mean me, township staff, county staff. We worked with them to confirm these parameters. And then they, as part of their assessment, they being the transportation consultant for the applicant, took those measurements, reported on it. And what they found was that using the design drawings for Badenoch Street, the site distance was very close to the requirements in the Transportation Association of Canada. But when they went out and measured them in the field, there was a little bit more available, and it met the requirements for both vehicles, regular cars, and also for the trucks using the parameters that we had asked. If they were to shift that retaining wall that is right now in what we call the site triangle of the intersection, it causes a bit of blockage there. They have also proposed to realign Ox Street a little bit to the east, like about 5 meters to the east, to put it in a better place in the right of way. That was a lot of information. I'm very happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
I may have misspoke saying that there's a policy, and I maybe would defer to our Director of Public Works to confirm. Maybe it's more just our best practice, or just, you know, what we typically do. But regardless, I feel that there is concern in using sight lines based on the posted 50-kilometer speed limit per hour, when my understanding, although I don't live there, I don't experience it on a day-to-day basis, but that the actual speeds that are being traveled there are significantly more. And I know you said that you've sort of erred on the side of caution using 60, but I would be curious to put speed spies there for a duration of time to understand what the actual speeds are and adjust those sight lines according to the actual speed of traffic that's happening, rather than what the posted speed limit is, because we all know nobody's traveling the posted speed.
Go ahead, answer.
I apologize. I don't know if you're pointing to me, Mr. Chair. I would be happy to answer that.
I'm asking.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank you
Julia.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that question. That's the one piece of information I forgot to share with you. We did ask them to do a speed survey because we thought the same thing. We wanted to be sure that using a design speed of 60 is appropriate. So they did have speed equipment put out right at the point where the car exiting Ox Street is going to see the car traveling eastbound on Badenoch. We had them put the speed equipment there and they found that the 85th percentile speed in the eastbound direction was 61 kilometers an hour. In the westbound direction was 60 kilometers per hour. So we did confirm that that is an appropriate 60 kilometers per hour is an appropriate design speed because we heard that concern as well.
Question about, so you spoke about the hump sort of on 36 and that's where you missed that speed. I have no idea. I'm just gonna ask this question anyway. Is it feasible or something that's been considered to modify 36 Badenoch Street to shave that hill down to make the sightlines better?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not an easy answer. Anything is possible technically from an engineering perspective, but there are impacts. So first of all, I would say when the county reconstructed the road, they did do that. It was far more pronounced beforehand. The challenge becomes, and here's where I'm waiting on the periphery of my expertise, as I'm not a road designer, but what happens when you lower a road, there are impacts on the adjacent properties, there are impacts on the drainage, there are impacts on how the adjacent driveways connect to the road, and the other elements that are within the right of way, but not part of the private property. Things like utilities get impacted and we have some on-street parking in that area. So it gets a little bit complicated. So what we asked them to do was to make the improvements that they could at the Ox Street location. So shifting of the road was part of that. And then cutting back the retaining wall was the other part of that to make it better.
Okay, in terms of the retaining wall itself, I'm not sure if this is a question that you can answer. Actually, it's not necessarily traffic, but it's on the design of that retaining wall. If the township wanted to have input on sort of the design standards from an aesthetic point of view on that retaining wall, given that it is sort of like a downtown area in our municipality, at what point and who would we speak to about that?
That is not a question that I have an answer to, but I bet there's somebody on this call who can either get an answer or has an answer.
So through Mr. Chair, I might look to our planner to see if that is something that we could condition through any of these Planning Act application processes.
Sorry, sorry, through the chair, could you please clarify that question? Apologize.
I think the question is, we want to make sure that that wall is fitting for the area by making it more aesthetically pleasing than a straight concrete retaining wall.
Yes, through the planning process, it is a condition that we can request to the county. The county is the one who is the approval authority for conditions of draft plan approval, and you're allowed to put in any conditions that are considered to be reasonable. The Planning Act, so the Planning Act would allow it.
So I don't know if now is the time, but it's appropriate to put that.
Sure, let's go around the table and then
Okay.
we'll now solve the various comments.
Okay, similar to my question about if it's feasible to bring the hump down on 36, I'm also curious to understand if it has been considered and what the impacts would be of simply widening Back Street to make it so that two cars can pass either, like, so that it could be a 2-lane road.
So is that within your ballpark?
For you,
I-
Mr. Chair, oh, sorry, Jesse, did you want to answer that?
Sorry, through the chair, I don't believe the right of way width is, like, the right of way is wide enough to allow for 2 lanes. What we had considered as an approach was to enter along Main Street, potentially converting to a one-way by entering along Main Street and then exiting through Ox Street. But that is also an existing constraint with Back Street, regardless of this development.
I have 2 more questions. In terms of the, sorry, this is back to the sightlines again. The property owner that lives at the corner where the retaining wall is, and that would be moved. That property owner, from at least what I believe would be probably the most impacted by the access going in and out at Ox Street. And I'm just wondering if there has been any site visits specifically with that property owner, any correspondence directly with that property owner, meeting on site, explaining those sight lines, explaining what that retaining wall, just some better sort of engagement with what I would see to be the most impacted property owner to this development.
Sorry, through the chair, we haven't spoken specifically to that property owner through this process.
And then my last question is, at the last public meeting, we had some, oh my God.
Mr. Fowler, if you want to contribute something to the discussion?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I just had kind of have an update that I am aware that county staff have met with that individual who owns the corner property. The county will be the ones basically giving information, updates, because it is their infrastructure and it is their right of way that the property owner is concerned about losing. So that's an update I can give council.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sorry, and my last question or suggestion is that at the last public meeting that we had, the residents were concerned about the traffic estimates in the morning and the evening, so that I forget what the wording is, that the prime hour or whatever, how many trips in and how many trips out. I think that there was some I don't know that the residents felt that the estimates of the in and out traffic was sufficient. And I was just going to suggest that we do have another sort of similar development in the township, Audrey Meadows, that has a similar number of homes with only one access. And my suggestion would be that we potentially do some traffic counts at that other similar situation to give some assurance that either these traffic counts that we've estimated are or are not accurate.
Okay. Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Good questions, Councilor Goyda. A couple things that have just come up in the conversation that I've heard. Sorry, is it just? No. Julia mentioned using a snowplow to kind of assess for sight lines. Sightline uses. Would a lot of that information be similar to fire trucks and school buses? Or should those also be considered for sightlines?
For you, Mr. Chair, and Mike Fowler may want to weigh in on this as well. The reason we looked at the snowplow is because they're a very slow moving vehicle, relatively speaking. And they have that big front end that the bus and the fire truck do not. But the requirement in terms of turning is sort of like for a single unit truck, which would be sort of like a bus and sort of like a fire truck. So we felt that between the two of those, the regular passenger vehicle and the large snowplow vehicle, if we could make it work for those sort of two extremes, it would capture all those other types of vehicles that we may want to have using the infrastructure.
So the length of the vehicle is not a factor?
It is a factor with the criteria for the distance. So the criteria for the site distance takes into consideration a number of things, including the length of the vehicle. So the length of the vehicle that it's using is a single unit truck, which I don't have any dimensions on me at the moment, but when you think of a bus or a fire truck or a single unit truck, they're in the same ballpark. Perhaps Mr. Fowler has something to add.
Hey, Mr. Fowler, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, Julia is correct. The snowplow was identified from a township perspective, because of the liability to the township. It is a very aggressive vehicle. Basically, once the truck pulls up to the stop to gain proper sight lines, we're looking at about another 8 feet that is protruding into the intersection. So that was identified right away. Whether we look at a school bus, whether we look at a propane delivery truck or a septic truck, they are the type of same vehicle. They just don't have the 8 feet of equipment in front of them. So just like the pieces of equipment I've identified, the snowplow has the same turning radius and launch speed as these other vehicles. It's just the aggressive plow at the front that was a main consideration for the township to explore, or not just sight lines due to speed, but sight lines due to we'll say aggressive equipment of, we'll say, impeding the intersection.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Another thing that was mentioned was the on-street parking on Badna Street. Will some of the on-street parking need to be removed in order to help with some of the sight lines? Are we losing some on-street parking?
You, Jesse?
I don't have the answer to that, but we could look into it.
Okay, and then my third is more detail, but in winter, when we do have all the big snowbanks and everything that are on the side of Badna Street and even on Ox Street, how do snowbanks influence sightlines?
Could I turn that to Ms. Salvini, please?
Thanks, Jesse, and through you, Mr. Chair. I would say that the vast majority of the sightline is actually in the street itself, so the snowbanks don't impact it. I'm just looking, as you were asking your previous question, in this question, I'm looking at Street View to see what the infrastructure looks like. There's the street, the pavement, the travel part of the pavement, and then there is a sidewalk beside it that would be plowed as well. So the snowbank is going to be beyond that. And it's right at the corner where we're going to have the most impact from something like a snowbank. And that's why we identify these we call them daylight triangles or sight triangles. You may have heard that terminology before at an intersection, where we try to keep the corners clear exactly for that purpose. And that's where we've identified that this retaining wall needs to be pushed back, and we'll need to be keeping those corners clear as we do at all intersections for exactly that reason. But it would be most impactful at the corner. And Mr. Chair, I know Mr. Fowler has his hand up, but while I'm talking, I just wanted to say that there is also no parking along Badenoch Street in the area where this sight line has an influence. So we can certainly confirm that, but I don't think that there would be an impact on street parking.
Through the chair, just for council's information, the current service levels that we have for winter maintenance is once the snowbanks, it's basically the area we're talking about is it's referred to as a curb face sidewalk, where there is a slight little boulevard where we can store snow. Once these windrows reach a height of 4 feet, we do initiate a snow removal initiative, especially at that intersection. So just due to the proximity of the retaining wall to the road, there's not a lot of snow storage, so we are actually clearing that intersection several times throughout the season.
Great. Okay, good to hear. My last question, and I think I'm reading this right. I know in the public meeting, someone asked about where the mailboxes would be located, and I can't remember if there was an actual answer. But here in the report, it's suggesting that the mailboxes will be along Main Street, which is then causing concern that folks would turn on to Main Street, pick up their mail, come up Back Street, turn right onto Ox to go down into their development. Is there an opportunity to be moving the mailboxes into the new development?
Right, I'd like to clarify that statement in the report. So presently for the dwellings on Back Street, there are mailboxes on Main Street. In terms of where the new mailboxes would go for the proposed development, that hasn't been determined yet. However, when we're working with Canada Post to establish a location for mailboxes, it's important that we're mindful to discourage access onto Back Street, and then effectively Main Street. So we need to be mindful of that, but the new mailboxes are not proposed on Main Street. That's existing.
Okay, I think that's a really important part to make sure Canada Post is aware that they can't be putting the new mailboxes where the existing ones are, and that will just cause traffic chaos. So we need to be really nailing home that we need to be putting the mailboxes in with the new development. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks. Lots of good questions here. I just kind of summarized my thoughts into 3 things. So one is the traffic study. I think my recollection of the last public consultation was that it was overly conservative compared to what maybe the perceived impacts of traffic would be. And I guess when I start thinking of it, if I'm just picturing if the residents of that proposed subdivision come out Ox Street to Badenoch Street, presumably the vast majority would be turning left into the village. Like that just logistically seems really messy and dangerous. You're driving across oncoming traffic. I don't travel that road that frequently, but a couple times I do. I'm guessing I'm probably driving between 80 and 90 kilometers an hour through that stretch because it's brand new pavement, it's wide open. So I'm picturing, this hasn't been discussed, but like, what's the traffic calming strategy look like for that county road? Dare I say a stoplight? All those type of things. I think I would look for an updated traffic study. I think what we have now is left me wanting my own perspective. I think the Opry Meadows one's a good example because I think that's a similar amount of vehicles, home types, and that might be a good proxy to take. I'm not sure if there's anything to react to from a traffic management from my comments here. But I think those are my perceived ones. I see it being incredibly difficult to do any modification on Back Street due to its size and the proximity of houses so close to the road. Like to me, that's a 1-lane street. And then I think maybe there's opportunity to expand the size of Ox Street to allow for future traffic flow, but that's beyond my scope of like how one navigates that, homeowner impacts, everything that goes along with that. And then just my last piece is, I'm looking at the sight lines and I'm sitting here looking at Google Earth and the street views there. Like this is a tough one for me. I think if we boil this proposed development down, I think this is the crutch of the viability of it, is having adequate road access, that the current residents in the community are not negatively impacted by it. Because the way it is now, this looks really messy and unsafe, my 2 cents.
Okay, question for either Julia or Jesse, has there been any consideration of a traffic light at that intersection?
Can I pass that to Ms. Salvini, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to provide, Mr. Chair, through you, some comments, some answers, maybe back to the councillor's questions about the traffic study. So in terms of the volume of traffic that we anticipate from this development, I'm in agreement with the report. It's based on data from a very standard source through the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. We use it all the time. It represents exactly these kinds of conditions. I would add that not only have I reviewed this report and agreed with that, but also the county has reviewed and agreed with that part of the report for sure. And the MTO has also done that. And these are folks like myself who not only read these kinds of reports all the time, but I actually write them as well. So it may seem counterintuitive, and I'd be happy to talk trip generation with anybody offline who would like to do it, but I'm not concerned that those numbers are too low. With respect to opportunities for improvement, we have spoken on a number of occasions with the applicant about the opportunities to improve Ox Street and develop it as a road that meets current standards within the township. And I think that we're going to see, I know that we're going to see that as part of this development if it goes forward, because there's not only an opportunity to upgrade it, there's actually more space in the right-of-way. It doesn't sit in the center of the right-of-way right now, and so there's the opportunity to not only improve the road, but get in all of the sort of roadside elements, including sidewalks, that we would like to see on a road like this to serve the community. What the traffic study does is it looks at how the network, the sort of local road network is working today. It looks at other traffic growth that's going to happen with or without this development. And then it layers in this development to see what the impact is and whether or not there are any changes that need to be made. What I would say about this development is because it's a relatively speaking small number of units, and I don't say that to be dismissive, but I say that to say relative to the traffic on Badenoch Street and Highway 6 and going through the village, the 20 to 25 peak hour trips that we would see from a development like this, from an incremental point of view in the context of that traffic, is not a lot, but it is a lot for this neighborhood. So I understand why we're having all of these discussions about how does the traffic access into the neighborhood and out of the neighborhood, and what are the impacts on the local residents. And one of the reasons we have liked the primary access to Ox Street is because it keeps the traffic away from the existing homeowners to the extent possible. It's not going to be possible to keep it away entirely, but they will have an upgraded Ox Street and their own connection into their own road, and it limits the impact on the remaining residents in the area. There is not going to be enough traffic from this development to support a traffic signal in this location, but they have looked at where residents are likely to go to and from. And we have, again, as part of the traffic study, we've looked at that and we've agreed with it, and we've seen their analysis. And the analysis suggests that the road network can accommodate that traffic outside of the neighborhood, but the upgrades that we've suggested within the neighborhood are the ones that are meant to help adjust that flow. I'm looking at my list of comments. I think I'll leave it there, but if there's more questions about the traffic study, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, question with respect to Back Street being one way or retaining it the way it is. Has there been a decision with respect to the one-way versus leaving it as is?
There hasn't been sorry, through the chair, there hasn't been a decision on that matter. So we were hearing what residents were saying. Their residents were concerned that, traffic from the development or to the development would impact Back Street. So, one of the options that was, and they were also concerned about, I guess, the existing configuration of Back Street, that it doesn't really have a width to accommodate two-way traffic, right? There is limits with respect to establishing 2 lanes of traffic on Back Street just because of the width of the right of way. So to address those concerns, one option that was considered that can be implemented, but that a decision hasn't been made on yet, is to convert it to a one-way originating from Main Street and exiting onto Ox Street. Another option could also be signage, posting signage, discouraging access, or left turns, onto Back Street, but a decision has not been made yet.
Courtney, can you comment on the discussions with the MTO with respect to having access off Main Street onto Badenoch?
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Chair, Julia might be better to recall the ongoing discussions because they have been ongoing for a few years. And I know that Julia has been a part of all of those discussions, so she might be better suited.
Hey, Julia.
For you, Mr. Chair, be happy to answer that. We have been meeting with MTO on a regular basis over the last couple of years, and there has been discussion around whether or not the primary access could be from Main Street instead of Ox Street. There's a couple of challenges with the Main Street the location of the Main Street intersection. The first is that it's very close to Highway 6. It's less than 100 meters away. And it doesn't meet the MTO's current guidelines even. They wouldn't allow a new intersection in that location. So they're reluctant to allow to encourage additional traffic at that intersection. And the reason is they're concerned that any activity at the Highway 6 intersection can back up to the Main Street intersection and then begin to impact on people's ability to turn in and out of Main Street. That's their primary concern, but they have said to us on a number of occasions that they would prefer to see the access from Ox Street and further away from their facility. But the other thing I wanted to mention about the Main Street intersection, if y'all can sort of put yourselves at the Main Street intersection, that curve in the road that limits the sightlines at Badenoch also limits the sightlines at Main Street. So if you want to make a left turn from Main Street onto Badenoch, it's difficult to see traffic coming in a westbound direction over that curve in the road as well. And so we have a sight distance constraint at both of those intersections. I haven't seen drawings to see exactly what the difference is between that sight distance constraint at those two, but we know that that's problematic. So from day one, MTO has said to us that Main Street intersection does not meet our guidelines. We would rather not have the traffic going there.
Okay, Council, so I gathered several points. We have one is the wall aesthetics, the ability to weigh in on the design of the wall from aesthetic point of view. Second comment was to look at Audrey Meadows, do a traffic count at Audrey Meadows to give a comparison to the public. I understand what the consultant is saying, traffic engineers, traffic manuals, that sort of thing. But I hear Councillor Hurst and Councillor Gord saying, well, something that's already out there, but weigh more heavily to the residents. So our suggestion is that we do a traffic count at Audrey Meadows to validate what the consultant's saying. The third comment I have is the traffic calming on Badenoch to ensure that the traffic is stays at 50 or 60 km/h type of thing. What traffic calming measures would the county be implementing to ensure that there's no speeding on that section of roadway. So that's my takeaway from it. If I missed anything, that anybody would else like that? No? Go ahead.
No, well, on that note, I know we've directed staff to come back with us about community safety zones and have the criteria and things like that about how, oh, I guess we can on a county road.
No.
Just thinking if we could add this section to a community safety zone, then we could be implementing
See,
speed cameras.
Council Hurst?
yeah, I think the only other add I would have is just what the reconfigure or the potential reconfiguration of Ox Street would look like to include curbing and sidewalks and what was discussed. I'd be curious around some renderings or examples of what that looked like. And then I'm still quite sensitive to the residents there, what the impacts are of long-term homeowners there.
Sure. Okay, I'll ask you, you have any concerns with sort of any of the suggestions that council has made?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I think we've heard the feedback from our consultants as well, so we can give this direction and then see what we come back with after speaking with the applicant.
Okay, so can you sort of summarize a recommended motion that?
Yep. So the council request through the draft plan of subdivision approval include a condition that the design of the retaining wall be reviewed and approved by the township. And the council suggests that additional traffic counts be done at the Audrey Meadows subdivision access, given the similarities between the subdivisions, to be used to address the public's concerns regarding peak period traffic volumes, as well as information from the county regarding potential traffic calming measures on Badna Street. And that the council requests that staff confirm any impact on street parking with the reconstruction of the retaining wall.
Did you cover Ox Street, the configuration of Ox Street?
So through you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps Jesse can confirm, but we will be provided some of that information around the reconstruction of that road at a later stage of the Planning Act process, and we can provide that at that time.
Correct.
Sorry, through the chair, it's my understanding that, yeah, so the subdivision agreement goes to council for approval, so perhaps it could come forward at that time.
The other point was mentioned in somewhere in the documentation that we have another public meeting with respect to the application of subdivision. Is that
So through you, Mr. Chair, and I believe this question was answered in the Q&A to council. It's not a statutory requirement. So it's not something that is mandatory to do. And it is through the county's process, their approval process, but as Jesse mentioned, there will be an agreement coming to council, so we can work on what that engagement looks like with council and report back on it. What makes most sense.
so in favor of considering a public meeting to look at the plan subdivision as well as that would include the configuration of Ox Street.
Just my 2 cents would be, I think this is like really significant for this community and I would very much encourage it.
So we can add to that, but a public meeting to discuss the plan subdivision be arranged.
Mr. Chair, I've captured that as well, and to ensure that we include the details of the Ox Street redesign as part of that package for council.
Okay, so can we read that and have somebody move every second?
The council requests that through the draft plan of subdivision, approval include a condition that the design of the retaining wall be reviewed and approved by the township. And the council suggests that additional traffic counts be done at the Audrey Meadows subdivision access, given the similarities to be used to address the public's concern regarding peak period traffic volumes, as well as information from the county regarding potential traffic calming measures on Badenell Street. And the council requests that staff confirm any impact on street parking with the reconstruction of the retaining wall. The council directs staff to conduct a public meeting to review the details of the draft plan of subdivision, which will include details of the Ox Street redesign.
Okay, mover. Mr. Hirsch, second by Councilor Bailey, all in favor? Great. So that concludes that item. I was wondering, if we can go to item 8.1. Our mayor has indicated that he has a conflict on that item, so we can knock that off as well. That's the notification of the public meeting.
Yes, certainly. So through Mr. Chair, there is a public meeting being held tonight, April 16th, 2025 at 7, I believe it's 7:30. That's
So
okay.
7 p.m.
I believe we did reschedule that to 7:30, which is how it's noted on the website.
Okay,
Andrew, so-
7:30 now.
Yes, and it will be in person and by electronic participation through Zoom. And it's in relation to the matter we just discussed, the zoning bylaw application for WDD Main Street. And that is part lot 31 concession.
Thank you. Need a motion? Okay, great, thank you. So, I guess, we break for lunch right now. Need a motion to,
No, we're okay. I'll make
Okay.
note of it in the minutes. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Next, we're going to deal with item 9.1 of the report, and Dave, that's the chief.
So your review report, Mr. Chair, I'm here to answer any questions, concerns that council may have.
All right, do you have a recommendation on this one, folks?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, it's to receive for information.
Can I get a move for that, please? Mrs. Lewis, Councilor Hurst, any questions for the chief?
So I think this is really great report and it's really helpful to see just how many, a little bit of detail on every single call. I don't know if this is something that can kind of generate on its own or if it's very time consuming to put all this information in. But just for the public's benefit, I don't know if this is something that we could have on our agenda, maybe on a quarterly basis, just so the public can see on a more frequent basis, like just how much is actually. I don't know. I'll leave that with you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, quarterly shouldn't be too big of a deal now that I've got most of the data caught up, so it's something that we can consider looking at.
No, I don't have any questions. A good report, that really outlines all the various issues you guys are facing all the time, and it's very eye-opening. Some of the issues you're facing. I'm glad to see there are no injuries, which is okay.
From this side of the table?
Yeah, I guess I just had a question. I mean, it was a lot of data to go through to see response times. You know, I was trying to just go through and see, so I couldn't tell what an average response time is. Do you have that information available on what an average, I guess it depends where it is in the municipality. So the question is sort of what is the barrier to any of the longer response times?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so a lot of the data that we pulled is based on our information that we're inputting from the time that we are dispatched. So some of the information that we don't have access to is the initial 911 call to the call center.
Okay.
Which goes to a general location and then they dispatch it to police, fire, or ambulance. So then you have the time it takes for that. You also have things like, you know, Morriston has a Queen Street. Well, Aberfoyle could have a Queen Street or Guelph could have a Queen Street. So there are some things that come into play there. That data will be part of the fire master plan when it does come out though. So they'll have that information in the fire master plan.
Okay, so any of the response time that we're seeing in the report is from the station to, and that just depends on the distance.
Yeah, the
generally,
distance,
and
time of day,
traffic.
location, traffic, you know, was it the proper information given by the caller, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, you get an accident that says 401 westbound at Highway 6. And it turns out that it's a town line, so there's a lot of variations as to that information.
Okay, I've just noticed when the 401 is blocked, we have a lot of traffic through the township. Do you notice if that traffic's sort of impeding response times?
During the daytime hours, I would absolutely say yes. So early morning crashes on the 401, if everybody's steaming on 34, it can have an effect.
Yeah, okay. No, great. I think the suggestion to do some quarterly report would be great. It's a lot of work going in there.
Yeah, couple questions, couple suggestions. Overall, I think this is really good. I think this is the first type of report I've seen in this nature, and I think it was incredibly informative from my perspective. I think moving forward, I'd like to see year-to-year comparisons. So now we have 2024 baseline data. Presume, and maybe this comes out in the quarterly reports as Councillor Boyd has suggested, but I'd like to see that over the course of time. I think that's important. I think I'd like to see capital purchases made by the department or capital investments in the department on an annual basis. I think that would be a good component to include. I also agree with the data time to call, and I think that'll come out in the fire master plan. My one question is, how does this report, chief, sync with the fire master plan that's forthcoming?
So a lot of, through you, Mr. Chair, to council, this report gives a lot of data that the fire master plan is going to pull. Some of the stuff that they have asked for helped me actually pull the data and write the report. So they do sync pretty well. A lot of the data from previous years is in our systems that they're pulling, so they're getting all their information from that.
And that's good. I think I looked at them as complementary processes. And maybe just the last question / comment. So the data you provided in this report is for your department, for your fire department. Cambridge provides services to a portion of the township. Would it be conceivable in the future to ask for specifically the incident reporting, that they provide services to the township, so that I think collectively we could have a comprehensive analysis done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yep, that's not a problem. We've just done that with the fire master plan. So I requested the last 5 years from Cambridge and had that within a couple hours. So something that's very simple.
Yep. No, that's good. Well done.
Well, continuing on the trend of completely changing your report, I'd like to add a line as well, so I don't want to, no, in all seriousness, good report. What I was looking at was the time of day. And I'm just curious if it's easily done that, you know, in those quarterly reports, you can differentiate between a daytime call and nighttime call, and you can choose those hours, whether it's 0700 to 1700, whatever. But because there has been very high level conversations about the direction of the fire department and daytime staff, and, you know, so I'd like to see those numbers for the daytime response versus nighttime, because part of me thinks, just quick browse of that, I'm like, looks like there's a lot of evening calls, not daytime. So just having that at our disposal at a high level, if it's easy, I'd appreciate. And then this time on scene, that's a bit of I think that's a little misleading. I don't know if it's being misunderstood or I'm misunderstanding it, but that's how much time you spent there on the scene, not the travel time to the scene.
Right.
Right, so I don't know if Councillor Bailey and if response times are not, I didn't see them in this report. Those would be good in the fire master plan, but those times on scene are good to know.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just wanted to point that out. Somebody in the public reading that might think, oh, that's how, why did it take them 2 hours and 21 minutes to get the call? Was there? No, that's.
How long?
They were actually there. I think that's all I have. I like it. I think it shows how busy we are. It also shows that we responded to all the calls. We did very well, contrary to some allegations in the community right now. So good job to everybody. Thank you. That's all I have for the recommendation.
All right, just show you, Mr. Mayor. So to touch on one of the things about response time too, that'll be part of the master plan is NFPA 1720 and 1710, which address response times from the time of the call to the dispatch center. So we're volunteers, so we'll go under NFPA 1720. So a lot of those questions will be addressed through that with the master plan.
So through Mr. Chair, it's still a receipt for information. I know the chief has made note of those recommendations and we do have a mover and second.
You're fine with just being. Okay, all in favor? Let's carry. Amps. Oh. Justine.
See ya.
Thanks, chief.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Me too.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of today's presentation is to review updates to the proposed AMPS bylaws and policies, as well as to provide some additional information from questions asked by council at the March 26, 2025 council meeting, and to seek council's adoption of these policies and bylaws as presented or amended. So we'll just jump to the next slide. So the agenda for today, we'll just go over the draft amendments. We'll look at an overview of the schedules to the AMPS bylaw, the updated dispute process diagram. We'll go through some bylaw enforcement statistics from 2022 to year to date. We'll look at enhanced enforcement opportunities through AMPS, some timing related to when we receive bylaw complaints, and we'll look at the role of Part 3 prosecutions as well as the costing around Part 3 prosecutions. We'll look a little bit at penalty fine collection, and then we'll just look briefly at hearings. So we'll go to the next slide. So starting with the draft policy and bylaw amendments, just at a high level, so staff did update the formatting on all of our draft bylaws and policies. And then with respect to the technology policy amendments, there were a number of amendments where we just changed some wording from should to shall, as outlined on the slide. And then two larger amendments to this policy just include clarifying the number of login attempts that would result in a township account being disabled for 15 minutes. So that has been updated to say it's 3 attempts. And also clarifying the language around automatic sign-offs, where that's possible for us to control the automatic sign-off time where there was inactivity would be after 10 minutes. We'll jump to the next slide. Just highlights to the change for the policy of undue hardship. Under the section related to documentation that can be provided to support financial hardship claims, we've just added that income tax statements would be considered in relation to Statistics Canada low income cutoffs. And this is a metric that is used by some charitable organizations to determine eligibility for programs that are financially related. And then with respect to the AMPS bylaw, we'll discuss this more in the next slide, but just adding schedules A, B, and C, which are related to the penalty amounts and administrative fees. And then finally, we also added for your consideration today, the AMPS enforcement amendment bylaw. And what this bylaw does is just amends our various enforcement bylaws to add AMPS as an enforcement mechanism. Perfect. So with our administrative penalties bylaw, section A is the parking AMPS penalties. And so what you'll see in this section is that there's a early penalty amount, a set penalty amount, and that these amounts have not been changed from what was originally approved by the Ministry of the Attorney General. So we kept that the same. And this is consistent with what other municipalities have for their parking bylaws and the set fines. Schedule B relates to the AMPS non-parking penalties. And so what we did with this was for the set penalty amounts, we did not change from the MAG approved set fines. But what we did do is for second and subsequent contraventions, those fines have been doubled. So if you continue to violate the bylaw, then there is an opportunity for us to charge out or to have a penalty notice of a higher amount. Where we did not change this is for continuing offenses. So for continuing offenses, we just stayed with our set penalty amount because we do have the ability to ticket each day that an offense continues to occur. So I'm not saying that staff will do this, but it's something that is available as a mechanism. we, based on council, questions and direction at the previous meeting, we just updated our dispute process diagram to further illustrate kind of what happens after a hearing takes place. So what we have shown here is that following a hearing, there's a possibility that the penalty notice is affirmed as is, and so it's the full fine amount. It could be a reduced fine amount that's to be paid, or the fine could be withdrawn. In either case, if it's affirming the full amount or a reduced amount, there is the opportunity to pay that amount, or it could move forward to collections. And now we'll just jump into some more statistics by year. So council was looking for some clarification on the number of tickets that could be expected to potentially be issued through AMPS. And while this is difficult to quantify, staff did want to provide kind of some high level information about the number of complaints that we're receiving in a year, how many complaints we're able to receive compliance on with limited enforcement, and then what enforcement actions are taken. And so I won't run you through all the numbers, but for 2022, maybe something that's important to point out, for 26 of the 47 valid complaints that were received, we could have used AMPS as enforcement action if that enforcement action had been required. Now, what you'll see kind of through these slides is that the township is very successful with achieving compliance with limited enforcement action being taken, which is really great news. But if that isn't the case, we would have this in our tool belt. And then I guess one more thing to note for this slide, 22 of the files in 2022, we were not able to enforce through AMPS. We would not have been able to enforce through. So we'll just jump to 2023. So very similar for information here. Total complaints that year were 67. 17 instances an offense did not occur. So kind of the important number here is that 33 of the 50 valid complaints in 2023 could have been enforced through AMPS had we needed to do that. And 15 of the files in 2023 were Planning Act infractions, which we could not enforce through AMPS. In 2024, we had 77 infractions, 14 were no offense occurred, and 47 of the 63 valid complaints we could have enforced through AMPS. And 13 of the files were planning infractions, again, where we would not have been able to enforce through.
I just paused it there. Can you just give me some examples of what these Planning Act violations are that are not enforceable through?
Sure,
Just a
yes.
couple of regular ones you see here.
Yeah, so anytime we have like zoning non-compliance, so if there was a trucking terminal established on a property that was agriculturally zoned and it's not permitted, that's not something that we can enforce through AMPS. That has to be enforced through POA, because the Planning Act doesn't give us authority to have set fines and issue tickets through AMPS. Then we jump to 2025, so we're still fairly early in the year. At this point, we've had 3 of our 10 valid complaints that would have been enforceable through AMPS, and 6 of our files are Planning Act related infractions. So we'll watch those numbers as we go through. Perfect. So one of the things that staff just wanted to highlight through this process, again, related to the number of tickets that may be issued, is just talking about opportunities for enhanced enforcement. So currently, there are bylaws that are difficult for the township to enforce when it relates to moving vehicles, because we don't have the ability to pull vehicles over. So with AMPS, we would have the ability to enforce our heavy vehicle bylaw, because we would be able to park on the side of the road near a no heavy truck sign and be able to take pictures of the trucks, and using that information for the license plates, we are able to mail tickets to people who are violating those bylaws. Whereas under POA, you would have to hand the ticket to them. So AMPS does provide enhanced opportunities that way. With that being said, staff will be looking at our bylaw enforcement policy and looking at making updates to that around complaint-based versus non-complaint-based enforcement, and we'll be bringing that to council at a future meeting. Timing of bylaw complaints. Again, this will be related also to looking at the policy that we're bringing forward, but we just wanted to bring council a little bit more information about the time of day for receiving complaints and kind of the days that we're receiving complaints. So typically we are receiving complaints during business hours the majority of the time. And we don't see a lot of complaints coming in over the weekend at this point in time, just based on our current data, but this is where we're looking at, and all complaints have been able to be addressed the next business day so far. So part three, the prosecution rule. So with the exception of parking, all of our bylaws are going to be enforceable under both AMPS and under POA. So part three prosecutions can be used for Banning Act application infractions where we can't enforce AMPS, for egregious continuing offenses where AMPS is not successful in achieving compliance, where we haven't already laid a ticket for that offense, and then recurring offenses where AMPS is not successful in achieving compliance. So while AMPS is an important tool in our belt when it comes to achieving compliance for our regulatory bylaws in the township, part three prosecutions will still play an important role in these kinds of situations. And then further relating to the costs, there will be opportunities for cost savings, but it's difficult to quantify what those cost savings will look like. So what staff has done is we did do an analysis on 3 open files that we have in prosecution right now. One of these files is coming close to the end in terms of cost, but this is just to give an idea of how expensive part three prosecutions can be. And in these cases, we would have been able to use AMPS at least as a starting point and may have been able to achieve compliance before we had to move to this point, but just to provide kind of a high level. And then I know we're also looking for a little information around if we're able to reduce some of our part three prosecution resources in terms of staff. The creation of a prosecution package usually takes about a full week of staff time to create. It is a resource intensive process. And then that doesn't even account for the time that we are tracking and following up once a file has moved through prosecution. And this can continue over months or years in some cases. As you'll know, one of the open files that we have in prosecution is a file from 2022. So it can be a very lengthy process. Next slide. Penalty fine collection. I know this was a question raised at the March 26th meeting. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity, and then I know our CEO provided some at that meeting. So section 434.2 of the Municipal Act does allow or does consider that AMPS is a debt to the municipality, so it is able to be placed on the tax roll when the property owner is the one who's responsible for paying of that administrative penalty. And then when it comes to parking penalties that have gone unpaid, staff are able to send a notice of default to the Ministry of Transportation, and then it will be required to be paid prior to their vehicle permit renewal. Last, there's also a question related to hearings and whether the hearings would be held publicly. So hearings are subject to the Statutory Powers Act. And the Statutory Powers Act does require that hearings are open to the public, except in the case involving public security, or if there's intimate financial or personal details that may be disclosed. So there is opportunities for them to not be. And so staff will be attending training in May this year, and we'll be following best practices with respect to the hearing proceedings. So this is something that we're still working on developing, and we'll be working on developing in consultation with the municipalities that we partner with. But just to give a little more information on what that typically looks like and what some places are doing. And then just the final slide. So kind of where we're at today, we're seeking enactment of our AMPS policies and bylaws at the meeting. And then from there, we'll be able to flow through the rest of our process, seeking our agreement with the MTO for ARIS, working on implementing training for all the staff responsible for administration, testing and deploying our AMPS software, appointing screening officers, and AMPS. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Did me here, did the nervous Justine leave the building? And
Yeah.
she
She knows her project here.
presentation that we've seen to date. Very good job, Justine. It just shows how knowledgeable you are on this. So kudos to you. All right, so we'll open up to council. Councilor, go ahead.
I don't really have any questions, just maybe a point of clarity, maybe more so for the benefit of the public. The fines that show in the AMPS bylaw for the various bylaws, all those fines, I just want to clarify that these are not new fines that are being introduced. These are fines that are already embedded into our current bylaws. They're just all being sort of collectively listed here in this one bylaw, the purpose of the with the exception of adding the double. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the exception of our entrance permit bylaw. It was not previously set up for part one tickets, so that bylaw has been set up for part one tickets. But yes, that is correct for the remainder of the bylaws. Those fines were the ones that were set by the MAG, and then the doubling is for the MAG.
Just with all of the stuff with the speed cameras going on, I just don't want the public to think that we've introduced this to add new fines that weren't there. They were already in. As sort of a point of.
Three questions. First of all, heavy vehicle bylaw. If a resident sees say a gravel truck on a side road and takes a picture of it and passes it onto the township, is that enforceable?
Through Mr. Chair, I would have to look into that. I know when it comes to kind of establishing that an offense has taken place, there's a best practice to how those pictures are taken. So for example, I know with parking, something that's been shared by our bylaw enforcement supervisor is that it's best to have the sign and the vehicle in the picture. So I'm not sure what the enforceability is if the picture is not taken by our bylaw enforcement supervisor. That's something staff can look into and get back to council.
Okay, if this HAPS process doesn't work out, is that I assume we can reverse it?
Through Mr. Chair, so with the process, we're going to be able to enforce all bylaws under both, with the exception of the parking bylaw. With the parking bylaw, we are not able to go back to the POA after we have moved forward with the
Okay, last question. If APS is not successful, say somebody's recurring breaking the bylaw, and we have to invoke and go to part 3. Does the APS cease at that point as soon as we go to part 3? In other words, you got somebody who's continually doing something wrong, and it's going to be taking a year before it gets to court type of thing. For the entire year, he'd be theoretically doing what he has been doing, and is that not enforceable through APS for a period of time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and maybe the CEO can help with this. So my understanding is that if we issue a part 3, it'll be for a specific offense. If a new offense were to occur, I believe we would be able to move forward with the AMS because it is a different offense that has taken place. But we could not, for example, say we issued a ticket for dumping a fill on a property and we proceeded with an AMS penalty notice. We could not proceed with a part 3 for that same offense. So there would have to be different offenses taking place.
Okay, so if we say, sorry, somebody dumping for continuously ignoring us and you issue a part 3 and then continues dumping, you're saying that we can continue issuing under AMS for the continuing dumping. Okay, that's good.
Do you, Mr. Chair, if we were in that situation where we'd move forward with the part 3, we'd be working in consultation with the lawyer that was representing us, and they would be able to advise too. Oftentimes there's challenges where municipalities pursue multiple avenues like that just in front of the POA courts and in how we've managed the file. So we would be consulting with our lawyer on that as well.
Good, thank you. Very good job.
Mr. Bailey?
Thank you. I usually don't have any questions. I love that you threw the statistics in there. That was really helpful just to get an idea of what we're dealing with and how many, and so that's really helpful. I feel like this is the type of program that's just going to need to be implemented, and we'll just see how it's going and then sort of have a reporting back on how it's going. And there's really nothing you can be tweaking once you get it going. It's like everything's pretty set. It's
Through Mr. Chair, like we have opportunities to make changes to like procedures and processes. I mean, we in kind of all facets are always looking for opportunities to streamline processes and
how to implement things.
Yeah, so there's that aspect. There would be an ability to go back and review the fines should council want to do that at a future date for any reason. So there are those kinds of opportunities. So it's not a set process. There are options. As long as we're maintaining our requirements under the.
That's what, yeah, there's a lot of requirements, so you kind of have to be following all of that. No, great job and great presentation. Thank you.
Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, thanks. A few questions. The one, can you, Justine, just explain, I think I get the part one, part two, part three open files, but I'm assuming this is just an escalation of compliance activities to bring individuals or organizations back into compliance if they are deemed not compliant with the bylaw. Is that the process you go through?
Through Mr. Chair, it'll depend. So if, kind of as I was answering that previous question, if you use a particular tool for an offense, you can't use another tool for that same offense. But with that being said, you could issue a part one ticket for a previous offense, and then if a further offense took place or a different offense took place, then yes, you could be escalating to that part.
Okay, I was just trying to understand like how you go from part one to two to three to then open.
And to clarify, part one and part two, part one are tickets for POA offenses not related to parking, and then part two are for tickets related to parking.
Okay. Oh, that's good. And some of these are just like forward-thinking things. I'm quite interested in the cost savings to the municipality, and I think you articulated both the legal aspects as well as just the human resource aspects of presenting case files. My request would be a year from now or 18 months from now, once you've kind of transitioned through the implementation and the timing's right. I'd be quite interested in some internal analysis as to the real costs that the municipality goes through. And I think it's important both to track I'll call it the outward legal costs. That's very transparent. That's billable hours for legal activities, but also the HR aspects. And in my mind, it's kind of twofold. One is the having township staff reallocate their time in a more efficient way, which I think is really important, but also the dead time. And I share the tariff world that I live in my day job right now. So much time is just spent generating reports that it can be a huge suck of time, right? So I think I would be interested, and I'll leave it for you to ponder, but after you get through this at a point in time, like what are the real costs incurred to the municipality? One thing I would like some clarity on moving forward, and again, we were very early, like what are the implementation costs to the municipality, and then what are the annual maintenance costs, right? So I see stuff in your report around like say software. To me, that's like there's the onboarding, and then there's the annual subscription and what have you. So I think that would be it. And again, I say this realizing you're in the early stages of this, so a lot of it isn't fully realized, but those are the type of things in my mind I think about. I think I was clear in your report, who appoints the screening officer and the hearing officer. So that would be either the CAO or the director, I guess in this term would be that's how they're appointed. Did I catch that right?
That's correct.
And then the two last ones, and I won't take up any more time. How do you determine what a qualified individual is to be I'll call it an adjudicator or a hearing person? Like I didn't see this in the report, and I get that could be quite complicated, but can you maybe just share like how one would go about that process?
Mr. Chair, so what staff are seeking to do is create strategic partnerships with other municipalities. And so I think that we've shared specifically that we're looking to work with Woolwich.
Yep.
And so what we're looking to do is kind of appoint hearing officers for each other's municipalities, because you can't have a hearing officer act. And so we're looking to appoint ideally staff and retired staff to those positions who are subject matter experts in the area. So they have identified a staff member that I believe it's one of their enforcement staff that would be doing hearings for things like site alteration permits, where they are the ones who actively enforce site alteration within their municipality. And so then have that background and technical expertise to be able to be an adjudicator and understand the aspect. And then we're also seeking specific training from Osgood relating to that Statutory Powers Act. So we're looking to have those strategic partnerships where we have that knowledge base within the municipal sector already.
That's good. That's comforting for me. I think just because this is a new process, trying to wrap my head around like how that goes about. Maybe my suggestion would be is, even if it's at a high level, like how, for the public to understand, how one actually selects a qualified person. And it could be quite, and it's not one qualified person for everything, right? And that's my understanding. As you said, it's a subject matter expert type of thing. So I think that would be something just in the future as this rolls out, it would be of interest. Overall, I think I'm supportive. I think it's a really good learning opportunity. I think for me, it's just, as a counselor, what's the net benefit to the municipality here? And realizing it's very early days, but I would just encourage you as you're going through this to share what your experiences have been, both from an HR standpoint and cold hard expenditures, because I think it's important to track those type of things. Thank you.
Great, thank you, councilors. So what I'm hearing is that if you have let's use fill, illegal fill operation, you have 30 truckloads, or say first 10 come in, you use amps, and then another 20 come in, you could, ding them every day for the fine period, and then they stop. Right, so then we're trying to get compliance. But if they were to bring in a 31st load on a separate day, that would be a new transaction. Is that how you would then transition to POA? Or if there's one in, if it's similar, not impingement, similar action, then you're still stuck with amps? Or if they stopped and start, you can then, because you're not getting compliance, you can then move into POA? Is that kind of how you envision it working?
I'll start. So typically, one of the things that occurs, say with a site alteration, is that an order will be laid, requiring that a permit be received. And if that permit's not received, then they would be in violation of, that order. And then I can't think of what the charges right now for that, but that's where you might see the part 3 occur if we're not seeing compliance after that point.
Okay. I just.
And through you, Mr. Chair, exactly that, if we can utilize the AMPS system, for different offenses that continue to occur for as long as we feel like that's appropriate, we can either then at that point proceed through provincial offenses, or as we've done in some cases where we have a very egregious offender, which may happen on multiple properties in the township, or simply we proceeded through an injunction application, which is a much more serious, with bigger consequences to repeat offenders. So there's different ways we can manage it, but the hope is that with the fines being set appropriately, that we're going to see that compliance, because it can happen each and every time they dump in a fill situation.
Well, and what I was partially hearing was that once you start with amps, you're stuck with amps, to just put it in basic language. But what I'm now hearing is there's actually a process. It could start with amps, then, this is all hypothetical situation, but you then are not getting compliance, staff have enough, they issue an order. Now, if they don't comply to the order, you can go to POA, and it just it gets you out of the amps and into the other POA. There's a method there, but, okay, I think that's kind of what.
Yeah, but my point was, once you issue the POA and they continue dumping, you can still use the amps on the continued.
Right, so you couldn't continue to charge them the amps while you're pursuing the POA.
It would be a discussion that we would have with the solicitor, just based on, we don't want to, if we are expending that amount of money to go through provincial offenses or through a superior court injunction, we don't want to jeopardize that through ticketing.
Yes. One of the examples you gave was a trucking terminal. It's a planning act violation. But, and that's a real occurrence in the township, is trucking terminals. I'm assuming that there would be other methods. So say it's a trucking terminal, you can't use the amps to enforce the planning act violation, but could you use the amps through illegal parking for said illegal trucking terminal?
Sure. If maybe a better example would be if there were property standards issue and a zoning issue on the same property. So if you had maybe a couple trailers parked, but you also had like dismantled trailers and items like that, The Building Code Act does allow AMPs to be used to enforce property standards. So you'd be able to enforce those aspects of the violation through AMPs, but not the zoning itself. Not a zoning issue itself.
Because a lot of our concerns are zoning issues in the township, so. I'll leave it. I'm still supportive of the program, but, okay. You mentioned the bylaw complaint policy will be updated, which just triggered me to think that I'd like staff to bring forward council's consideration, the body cameras for our bylaw enforcement. There's going to be possibly more interaction, you know, we're mentioning truck drivers and things of that nature, so for budgetary reasons, legality reasons, just, I think those cameras keep people on their best behavior. So just take that into consideration and bring it back to council for whether during the budget or during the bylaw. Could we, once we assign our hearing officers without giving, you know, their specific name and title, you know, if we have a hearing officer for Phil, hearing officer for whatever they are, list their credentials, it might help, you know, the public know, but they don't need to know exactly what township they work for, their position, because I don't want them harassing them at these other municipalities, but knowing that they are essentially qualified people. And just a synopsis of their qualifications, just consider that, when we start to go live with this. And then, just touching on the, savings to the municipality. I feel there's value in the compliance. So not only, like, you know, I'm pretty confident there's going to be monetary savings and probably substantial, especially offset by the fine revenues. But the actual compliance, I think we'll see that go up. So I want that as part of our, you know, analysis of, before we had files that lasted, well, one's open 22, we're into 25. The average length of an open file could go from like a problematic file from 24 months down to 9 or something. That's value as well. So, but supportive of it so far. It's a lot of work being done. Good work. Best presentation today. Mary Lou wouldn't like to hear that. All right. You have a recommendation once you're done there?
The council received a report and the council adopt the following policies as presented. The technology and written information policy, preventing political interference, AMPS policy, financial management and reporting AMPS policy, public complaints AMPS policy, undue hardship AMPS policy, conflict of interest and code of conduct AMPS policy, and the screening and hearing officers appointment AMPS policy. And the council gave 3 readings to bylaw 2025-043, being a bylaw to enact administrative monetary penalty systems to enforce designated bylaws for the township. 2025-044 being a bylaw to appoint a screening and hearing officer for the purpose of the administration of the AMP system within the township of Pless Lynch. And 2025-045 being a bylaw to amend various bylaws for the purposes of enacting and enforcing the AMP penalty system within the township of Pless Lynch. And the council directs staff to bring forward a body camera policy for council's consideration, and that council directs staff to report back on compliance statistics and timelines once the AMPS program has been in place for a period of time.
Can you move that, please? Councilor Lewis. Councilor Hurst, did you see the typo in there when you were reading it?
I did.
Did you added it without missing a beat? Okay, let's move. Second, any last minute discussions? All in favor? It's carried. All right. Great work. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. 9.3.2. Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this report is to seek council's direction related to the intention to designate on the properties listed in the report. And this is done in accordance with the priority properties that were identified by council last September.
Do you want to read the recommendation?
Sure.
Very nice of you.
Go to.
Let's go for it.
Is this
We'll
a
get on
common
the
practice now? Am I getting a special treatment
today.
That report ADM-2025-015
entitled 2025 priority properties be received, and that the council of the township of Plus Lynch state the intention to designate on the following properties pursuant to section 29, part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Do you want me to name all those properties?
I don't think we need to, do we?
Just as stated in the report.
As stated in the report, and that staff be authorized to proceed with the notice requirements as outlined in section 29 of the act and in accordance with the township's Ontario Heritage Act alternative notice policy. And further, where no objections are received within the prescribed time period, that staff be directed to prepare and provide designation bylaws for council's consideration and enactment.
Over for that, please. Councilor Hurst, this was discussion.
I'm good.
Just one from my standpoint, Laura, so we're about halfway through the, I'll call it the designation journey. The properties that you put in the report, have we had any property owners to date issue any concerns or rejections that they have in designating their property already that are on this list?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not that staff are aware of, these are the properties that we were able to go out, do those site visits and obtain up-to-date photos of. So I'm not aware of any complaints on these properties specifically.
Thanks.
Thanks for reading those, and thank you to the landowners that are willingly participating in this designation. It's important, so good job by everybody. All in favor? It's carried. Thanks, Laura. Great. Who's doing 9:30? Justine, welcome back.
Through you, Chair, the purpose of this report is just to provide council with a number of updates on previous council direction to staff. So first is just the Sunday gun hunting. So council did direct staff to confirm our ability to opt out, and so staff to have that confirmation is the same process to opt in as it is to opt out. Council will just pass a resolution, and then we'll have to provide them by the specific dates. I believe it's February 1st to be out for April 1st, and it'd be July 1st to be out for September 1st. And then council had a couple questions just relating to the Cambridge District Humane Society agreement. So the Humane Society did provide some statistics for council's consideration from the last year. And then finally, the 2024 groundwater monitoring report for pit license 20085. And we just have a recommendation from our consultant that the groundwater monitoring continue as.
Thank you. Do you have a recommendation?
That the report be received and that council direct staff to provide the peer review of the 2024 groundwater monitoring report for pit license 20085 to the pit operator and the MNR.
Can you remember, please? Councilor Spokes, Councilor Greta? Councilor comments on this one?
I'm good, thank you.
Just one question, and I appreciate this reporting out. I think it's an efficient way to get some of the answers and back. The response from the Cambridge Humane Society about deceased cats not being picked up. I appreciate getting the answer. I still wasn't clear. Can we add that service to their contract? Do they provide that service that then we can pay for?
Through you, Chair, my understanding is that is something that they could provide, and I think staff would recommend that we look at that with the next iteration of the agreement.
Okay, that'd be great. Maybe just to let us know what is that added cost to add that, because if it is a source of frustration, I don't know who's handling it otherwise. Maybe the local coyotes are cleaning up for us. But it'd be good just to know what is the cost to us to add that service in, so.
I'm good.
Maybe we should add licensing to cats to cover the cost and get up the dead one.
Mr. Chair, part of what we discussed was that the microchipping aspect. So the Humane Society may scan and then be able to alert a home, like a pet owner, where the township were to do that task, that wouldn't be what we would be doing, so.
No.
Yeah. I think it's great to see this because my ignorance on it, I had no idea how much we were getting for what we were paying, and it's way more work than what I thought they were actually doing.
Me too.
So it's nice to see, and so they're providing quite a good service to the township. All in favor? It's carried. Where's John?
Got a call at 1:30, the minister, so.
Oh,
He said he's not come back.
no, okay,
Yeah, I'm fine.
all right. 9.3.4.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this report, was done, just in response to the proposed ARA amendment, put forward by the University of Guelph for their Zephyrin pit, the Mill Creek pit. And so as a part of the review, and recommendation to council, we did do a very thorough background review of the pit's history. It's important to show, I think, maybe not necessarily for this specific proposed area amendment, but just generally the policy framework that we are working within, with the Aggregate Resources Act and the MNR, to just show sort of a case study analysis of what is approved perhaps at the beginning with the license and how the amendment framework can sort of erode those initial approvals over time. And so this was just a really good opportunity to look at a pit that's existed in the township for a very long time, that had very stringent conditions imposed on it in the beginning, and just look at how that's evolved over time through the amendment framework. And so the recommendation is to put forward our objection as we would normally do, just until we've had time to do those technical reviews. Sourcewater did reach out to us. They are going to be putting together some comments because of the extending below the water table extraction. So it would be a good point in time to get their comments, as well as our hydrogeologist. So we are seeking council's direction to fund that review by Hardin. And at the same time, we are hoping that council will recommend circulating this report to TAPMO, just as a way to sort of spotlight what the ARA framework allows for in terms of amendments to licenses. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Good. That's good.
Yeah, I fully support. I mean, thank you for all the work you did pulling all that information. I fully support both getting the technical review from the hydrogeologist and the case study. Maybe Mayor Sealy could speak to that in more detail, how Capitol might use that information. I'm not sure. Just from like a very high level view of this particular amendment, I'm just so when I look at the photo of the sort of the new area that's looking to be extracted, to me it seems like it's leaving. Like, to me, it looks like the end result is going to be that these two lakes on either side end up being one lake. Like, there's such a small little narrow piece that's excluded. I don't understand how they can now remain two separate lakes. And I don't know if there's an issue with that from an engineering perspective. Like, I know having Hydro-G look at it, but from an engineering perspective, like, is this still make the ground structurally sound? I'm not sure, and I wasn't sure if we also should have an engineer look at this to say it talks in some of the rulings about like what did they call it, an engineered barrier wall, so that the water couldn't travel from one lake to another. And I don't know if this affects that. I really don't know. This is like way too technical for my expertise, but.
Can I give you my insight? My knowledge is, if you look at the satellite image and you see the photo where the processing plant is, you know, it has no natural growth, and then it gets narrow down towards the purple. All of that piece that doesn't have any growth is already licensed and permitted to be extracted. They've just left it there because they needed a spot for their processing plant and to haul the material out. So the plan was always to work from the 401 down, removing that. But the piece with the purple line was not to be extracted originally, and that's what they're going to extract as well. Does that make sense? So
that
yeah.
middle section, that barrier wall was always meant to be extracted.
That's my understanding, yes. But it's okay to, I don't have any difficulty with finding that out for sure, but I just be hesitant to hire an engineer, spend some money on it. I guess let's confirm that first, but sorry.
Or maybe Hydro-G might have some comment on that, that they would refer it, you know, if it's something that they can't address through their comments.
And
That makes sense. Thanks for that clarity.
I might as well speak to the town part, before I forget. Common theme, as you're aware, we hammer compliance, compliance, compliance at any meeting with the ministers, as well as, you know, through the licensing process, the community is promised one thing, and by the end, we have another. So we've been, you know, having those discussions that is, the community needs to know what they're going to have, and it should stay that way. So this is a great case study to go and say, look at how many amendments that we were told this. This is where we ended up. So it's great to take that to Tatnall. We can share that with our members, and, you know, to help build that case of, you know, amendments should only be, shouldn't be as many amendments as what happens. We should try to say as close to as what is promised to the community when these things are licensed. So that's kind of our thought with sharing it with Tatnall, unless you got other.
Yes, and through Mr. Chair, I think that was an important part of including in this report what qualifies as a major, a minor, or a self-filing. Now, knowing that the self-filing is a relatively new amendment process, but it's just one of it's I suppose it goes back to the policy framework. If there's technical studies required, can classifying it as a minor amendment where there's no public consultation does not seem like that's the appropriate avenue. If it's requiring technical consultation, which some minor amendments could have, and certainly in this case they did in the history of this pit, just understanding that the township's not involved in that. We are notified at the end. I think that's concerning.
Right. I think this is great work that you've done. Helps.
That's certainly a lot of work on it with this, and to piggyback on you, Mr. Mayor, this is a good example of bait and switch. One thing I've got is John McNee several meetings ago made a delegation to council that he had a documentation, it was online, and we were reluctant to endorse it at a council meeting until staff had a chance to look at it. And I was wondering if staff had a look at it and can it now be officially endorsed at council so that he can go his path to getting the U of G alumni to understand where something like this has gone, and it's time that the U of G management rise to the occasion and be accountable for what they've done.
So Mr. Chair, staff can confirm that we reviewed and subject to, or in accordance with council's direction, we did endorse the Mill Creek's letter. And we have sent it to the president of the university to their attention that we've endorsed it. And if we haven't done so already, we'll make sure we let John McNee know that we've done that.
Is there something we can put in the council minutes accordingly? Because it was an item left over from a council discussion. So it could be something like a recommendation, part of the recommendation, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I've got on this one. Thank you.
Yes, Bill?
Yeah, thank you. I'll reiterate, thanks to staff for all the work they've gone back in the history of this pit. I don't really have any questions specifically with the ARA application. Going back to Mr. McNee's delegation, and I don't know if it was in his documentation, but he did verbally mention a heritage or a stone house or a stone farmhouse or something on the property. I'm just wondering if that's something staff can look into and whether we can be pushing for preservation of a structure on there, or how that might work.
So to Mr. Chair, the only one thing that I think we need to just, and I believe it's in the area that they're looking to amend the license.
Oh, okay.
The barn is coming down, but I believe the house is staying.
Okay, I thought it was up higher, so. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
maybe it's too late.
I don't know if an ARA application will qualify as an instrument under the Ontario Heritage Act, but it's likely something that we would be unsuccessful with at this point.
Okay, I was thinking it was up here more and just being left for neglect. But
It's straight there,
We get just outside.
just outside the park. You're gonna take this, either that barn or both barns down, and then there's gonna be, the house is gonna stay.
so there might still be opportunity to help.
I believe John's concern was that it was being,
Left to neglect.
yeah.
Yeah. So could that be as, I don't know what instrument we can use to help preserve that structure, but it would be nice to look into.
It's a stone house.
Yeah.
Any further?
Maybe those-
Explore it.
Yeah.
Any further, Councillor?
No, nothing else, thanks.
I think we've talked lots about this. I'm supportive of staff's recommendation and things. Certainly, John put a lot of work into the research here and should be commended.
Yeah, just a question, do you need staff authorizations to have the township hydrogeologist engaged?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's included in the recommendation that I have proposed.
Been finding out.
Yes, so. For this, we don't anticipate a large cost, but probably I would say upwards of 3 to 5, but I don't think. Hardin's pretty reasonable with our types of reviews, but that's what we would anticipate.
Okay, so you need that added in there or for a maximum of 5,000, is that?
300 to 500 bucks. Do you think it's 1,000? Did you really mean 1,000 when you first said it?
I did,
wow.
Hardin's reviews, he's very reasonable with the township, but I just don't want to promise anything, just given the
Sure.
complexity of this, but I don't think it would be that much for.
I'm fine with putting it in there. I just didn't think it would be that much, which is fine. I don't see the bills, so I don't have time to yet. If you want to add a number,
No, well, it's like a maximum of 5,000.
Right, and we won't, I don't think we'd be close to that, but that's great.
I mean, to set a limit, how does that affect us? It's not a base budget increase that we're going back to the taxpayer. It's just gonna be an overrun, so do we really need to put a number on it, just authorize staff to expense the money to have the hydro G? You just know it's gonna come out of the surplus, or, you know what I mean?
I really don't think concerned. I just want to make sure that if there's any people concerned with the allocation of funding that we've endorsed it here. That's all. Okay.
And to you, Mr. Chair, we've done this before where we reviewed certain hit files that weren't planned for, and we've done that sort of through this type of process too.
Sure. Okay.
Well, how are you worded? I'm fine. I don't care if that's a number in it or not. What was I gonna say? Oh, so in your report, just the one item is labeled major. So does that mean that the ministry only considered that one major, or are there other ones that we consider major? If that's the case, I'd like you to add that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is how they were listed. So they did recognize in the files where there was a major amendment, which did require the consultation with the township versus the others that are listed here. Because the ARA amendment framework has changed over time, it didn't necessarily say minor or major or self-filing. And so staff sort of had to sift through where we were aware that there was that consultation, which would make it a major amendment. As noted in the report, and troubling the staff, many of these amendment applications to the MNR did not include draft site licenses. They were more in like a letter form, which didn't actually show the draft plan with the amendment, and so there was just a lack of information available. So this is sort of our best understanding.
Yeah, which is fine. And the only thing I'm just not seeing easily is which ones were major.
Mhm.
And if there was consultation, and if we can update that, because it's, I'm worried that if we go to, say, the ministry or, well, yeah, the ministry, and even our colleagues and say, this is a bait and switch, this is awful, but they appear to be all minor and not that serious, then it kind of devalues our argument. But if we have 3 or 4 major amendments, because that's changes to operations. Those are changes that the community wasn't, you know, aware of at the time of licensing. So do you know what I mean? So if there's an opportunity to just, and not spend a ton of time, but if you know which ones we were consulted on, which then says to you, that was a major, highlight it. Consulted with township, likely major, and move on. You know what I mean? I don't need the details of the consultation or what the major amendment was, that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chair, it does. What the MNR did confirm was there's been 2 major amendments. And
This is
so
third.
this would be unclear if it's the second or third, just because of, a lot of information is in there. But previously, they used to consult with us on minor amendments.
Oh, that's why it muddies it.
So it's just difficult over time, and it also is. Makes it more challenging because certain minor amendments, depending on how the MNR is in the legislation at the time and how they're reviewing them, a minor amendment can still have technical impact.
It's fine. I only.
It's just very challenging,
That's
but
fine.
in all, when you look at what's included in each amendment,
It's pretty telling.
it is.
Yeah. No, I just, okay. No, I'm good. I don't think you change. Right. Did we read the recommendation?
So it's to receive, and whereas the township has not had the opportunity to review the technical aspects of the proposed area amendment, the council directs staff to request the township hydrogeologist and source water protection to conduct a technical review of the proposal and report back to council. And that the township hereby objects to the proposed area amendment until such time as a thorough review has taken place. And whereas council requested staff to review the Mill Creek Stewart's letter regarding the University of Guelph ARA license, that staff has endorsed the letter subject to its review and will send notice accordingly.
Is there any value in adding a line of and request the University of Guelph? Not respond. Decline to extend the extraction. I get they're under contract for the property. I don't know the details of that. Do I have that contract? I might have that contract. I'm not sure. But my hope is that they, regardless of their contract, they could say to the operator, that could be the wording, request the operator to not expand the extraction limits.
University of Guelph and the operator, both?
No, just ask the University of Guelph as a landowner, request that the landowner not pursue the extraction limit extension. Because they can ask.
Why not?
Yeah, they can.
What was the purpose of that?
Just to be in more conformity with their original site plans from 1990.
Okay, so can we add that?
Sure.
And to fix up the house while they're at it.
I'm just thinking about it.
Airbnb, side of gravel pits, backyard pool. Big pool. Amenities.
Through Mr. Chair, do you want to say that the University of Guelph as a landowner not permit the operator or request the pit operator withdraw their ARP license?
I say request because they're going to claim that they are under contract. So anybody can ask for anything. So if the university officially requests the operator to not expand there, that would be a nice touch. The operator could say, no, we have a contract with you that permits us to do this, but it would be.
We are to be in accordance with the 1990 site plan.
Mr. Chair, to be more in accordance, like they're already not in accordance with the site plan, so to be closer to what was committed to the public, or I can refine the wording once I get, but we're
More accurate.
Reposition.
To more accurately reflect the 1990 site plan.
I'll just say the original site plan.
I'm not sure it's the either.
seconder? We did, I didn't capture it.
Who wants to move it? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Spillis? All in favor? That's carried. You guys did 941, right?
No.
961. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of this report is to request council's approval for the township to renew its land use agreement with the Coastal Junior Garden Club to permit the club to continue to manage the established gardens that are at the Coastal Community Center. The draft agreement that is included with the report of Schedule A will be amended. As the agreement is going to be made with the Royal Agriculture Society, as the Coastal Junior Garden Club is a program under the organization.
Redirect me.
That the report be received and the council gives 3 readings to bylaw 2025-046, being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the required contract documents.
Can we move in a seconder, please? Councillor Spillis, Councillor Bailey. Any questions or comments? So, Mr. Fowler, pretty sure that the person running the junior garden club has reached out. And one of the challenges they're experiencing is that their gardens are being picked. You know, likely people assume they're a community garden and they asked you about additional signs. I'm wondering if you were able to have that conversation with them and what your decision was, and if it was in a positive favor to the club, then if we need to include it in this new agreement to permit them a couple signs that say, please don't pick the vegetables because they're for the garden club. So, Mr. Fowler?
Yes, through the chair. I have had a discussion with the new organizer of the junior club. We did come to an agreement that I would allow small, they're basically lawn type political sign size that you know, in a nice way just basically informs the public that it's a learning and teaching garden. Please refrain from touching the produce, as it is you know, the children need to see the progress of the fruit growing, and it is evidently sold at the end of the year to fund the club. So in a long roundabout way, yes, she has been given permission for a couple signs to be placed around the garden.
Yeah, and I have my understanding as well, at the fall fair, they display the fruits of their labor. And so do we need to add in this agreement or?
So through Mr. Chair, what I do see in this agreement is that signage is permitted where there's express permission, so.
So that's fine, okay, perfect. Okay, that's all I have. Did I had a mover?
Yes.
Seconder. Okay, so all in favor? That's carried. Oh, man, you're that fun, right? What are we on to now? 25002, the ORC.
So for you, Mr. Chair, this report is to present council with a proposed revised schedule for the drop-in roller skating and inline shinny programs. What staff would like to propose is that we reschedule the Sunday programming to Saturday and split that, what was originally a 3-hour roller skating time slot, into a 1.5-hour roller skating time slot, and then the other 1.5 hours for inline shinny, hoping that this will attract a little bit more utilization, because Saturdays, the park area is just highly utilized for other activities, where the Sundays were highly underutilized.
Good recommendation.
Yes, to receive the report and that the following drop-in roller skating and inline shinny schedule at the ORC be implemented in the beginning of 2025.
Please, Councilor Breda.
Yeah.
Councilor Hurst, questions or comments?
I think it's great that staff are recognizing that there are better ways to utilize the facilities to get more use out of them. So great job on that, and also looking to reduce cost. I was just going to ask though, if moving forward, something that needs to be approved by council, can staff not be delegated to make these minor changes without having a staff the input on it, I'm not sure.
So through Mr. Chair, that would be at sort of the discretion of council. We could do something where if there was some discretion for staff to maybe adjust schedules over the year, we could do an annual report, letting you guys know what we've done, what worked, what didn't, and then that gives us a little more flexibility.
I'll be in favor of that, absolutely, yeah. Be able to move quickly.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it. I would have concerns if we were reducing accessibility to our facilities without reporting to council. Being adaptive is great. Allowing more access is great. If you're all of a sudden having liability concerns and need to cut it back, need to know. Right, but yeah, definitely being adaptive is wonderful, I think. With the farmer's market gone, maybe that facility is gonna be underutilized. Be a little more accessible, it's a good story, so.
So through Mr. Chair, I'll add to this resolution. The council gives staff authority to adjust facility scheduling throughout the year with the intent of increasing usage of the facility and to provide an annual report at the end of the year.
Well, and I mean, you could decrease it, but you need to come report to council, like instead of waiting till the end of the year, if you got a problem in August and you're shutting it down. I'm letting us know because our phones are gonna ring, but. Okay, the mover second, would you comfortable with those, that amendments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the question. It's also really nice to come to council so that we are aware of what's happening and we can help promote it. You know, if staff are just making some changes, then we don't know, then it's hard to share. Just out of curiosity, the shinny that's happening, and I know it was similar with the youth stick and puck, but what ages do we typically see coming to play the inline shinny? And do we have any strategies around what happens if there's a little bit of little kids and older kids wanting to kind of use it at the same time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that the inline shinny programming last year was utilized by older children. The technique required to be on roller skates, those inline skate style, a little bit more challenging for the younger kids. We haven't applied age limits to these programmings. They aren't highly utilized at this point in time, so we're hopeful that it can just be an open drop-in program and that there's enough space for everybody to be able to enjoy the facility.
And the shinny, do they use the orange ball? Is that right? Okay, so people bring their own helmets, skates, sticks, balls. Okay. And it's just the helmets that we require them to be wearing, no other equipment? Okay. Good, we will help push this out. I think it's great. Be nice to see a whole bunch of kids doing the shinny, and I think especially on the Saturdays, I mean, the facility's rocking now on Saturdays. We've got soccer and, you know, everything going on, so it'd be nice to see that picking up. It's a good suggestion.
Okay. All there. Very. Okay, oh. All right. Who wants to speak to this, me? Do you want to speak to it first? Like, did you have some, you probably need some direction on it, do you not? And
Yes.
yeah, you go first and then I'll.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this was discussed, I believe, at our last council meeting, where the update reports were provided and the discussion around the revenues of the SE that the county, the automated speed enforcement program that the county has launched in a pilot program. And so council directed staff to come back with a suggested motion to be able to request that the county engage with the lower tier municipalities on the usage of the revenue from that program. And so this resolution is what's being suggested by staff. There is one amendment to it in that yesterday, as I was made aware by Mayor Sealy, there was a report at committee at council at county level that actually brought forward a revenue usage policy that the county is looking to implement. So the timing is a little tight, but also good. It's right on county council's radar. So just a few amendments to the recommended resolution, which talks specifically about including aspects of lower local tier involvement through the budget process with how that revenue would be spent on an annual basis towards safety improvements, speed mitigation, that sort of thing in the lower tier municipalities. And I'm happy to share that on screen if it's helpful, or read it out or both.
So then I'll just add, so the FNHR, yesterday, as Courtney indicated, the ASE monies will be directed to safety infrastructure. And I was able to get a slight amendment to the policy that, and I'll paraphrase it right now, but it's that county take into consideration future capital infrastructure upgrades where the significant ASE infractions are occurring. But that's not to say that, you know, every year it should be done where the most tickets are, you know, collected, because there's likely gonna be a cap on improvements you can do. But at least there'll be a component of the conversation, so that policy, in my understanding, will be approved at county council at the end of this month. So this is important to get out quickly, and Madam CAO has meetings with the other member CAOs, so we'd like to circulate to them if that's correct, right? So I'd like that component to, you know, be discussed today to get put for the county and the other CAOs, and then I'd also like council today to have a discussion about having staff report back on specific infrastructure upgrades, and one that comes to my mind is crosswalk, where the two sidewalks end in Aberfoyle. It's just gonna end in no man's land, and if you have other ideas, and put together a specific 2 or 3 items, the lane configuration, down to 1 lane each way, and then we can, you know, maybe bring that back. I don't know if it's possible for next council meeting. And I don't believe I'm releasing something that I shouldn't, but through that policy yesterday, the revenues that will be, you know, allotted to new infrastructure will be calculated from June to June of each year. Right? So that's why if we choose some projects, we have, you know, I feel at least till June before they know the pot of money that they're going to have to be able to allot to projects. So not a whole lot of time, but not as urgent as this first component that needs to go out pretty much immediately. And then we can have staff look at, you know, a few different upgrades for Brock Road, you know, before June, end of June. So that's kind of where I'm at. Okay, that's helpful. Okay.
So the revenue usage policy that passed yesterday
At the committee level.
at the committee level, does not speak to. It speaks strictly to the funds going towards safety improvements throughout the county, but doesn't specify necessarily that they should be within the municipalities that are generating the revenue. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, and it also does not speak to engaging the local municipalities for any, I called it infrastructure sponsorship, you know, ideas, however you want to phrase it, but it does not speak to engaging the local tiers on any ideas for upgrades.
But you're thinking that when it goes to committee as a whole, if we're sending this resolution now, that hopefully that there can be an amendment to that policy. Considered at least.
It would be, I would be shocked if they were to change it at the end of the month, because it's, you know, it's here, it's the 11th hour, but at least it would put on people's radar and there's an opportunity.
Okay. And so how would I support that 100%. I think you mentioned something about sharing it with the other municipalities. It would be great to get the other member municipalities to, I don't know if they have council meetings between now and then to sort of pass similar resolutions, but how, given the tight time frame, how would you propose to do that? To get it on other council agendas to do the same?
So to you, Mr. Chair, I've already circulated the draft.
Okay.
So they have it. My understanding is that at least feedback from some, they weren't aware of the policy that was going forward. So I think it will be kind of up to their local process on how that will go forward, but we've sort of made them aware already. And then I'll follow up with them subject to council's passing whatever motion it is we pass here today.
Can you speak to what your general feeling was of the conversations around the other members wanting to be involved in, you know, either sponsoring projects or, you know, that policy of municipal engagement, or would that be?
Yeah, so through Mr. Chair, just generally speaking, I think the feedback from the community across the county has been similar, just in terms of the program and just with the ticketing. And so just the sentiment across the local tiers is just what's happening with those revenues, how is it being put back into the communities for really for the reasons why it's being collected, which is to mitigate speed and improve safety on our roads. So there was that sentiment across the local municipalities generally that just support to have it sort of refunded back into the communities for that purpose, which does sound like what this policy is intended to do. It just doesn't have the specific provisions, I think, that we would like to see in terms of engaging with the local municipalities, which may have a better understanding of where the needs are and that sort of thing.
Yes, this funding, is it allocated for county roads or any municipal road? The way I would read this, that the county would say this is strictly to be done for projects on county roads.
I would agree.
Okay, so my next point is that we should be focusing on projects on county roads, and which is Brock Road is a county road, and my suggestion that for the first two projects would be which you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, one being a crosswalk. There's a need for a crosswalk about 400 meters north of Gilmore to take you from the east side to the west side. And the other one is start the process on reconfiguring the lanes between the two roundabouts to one traffic lane each direction, the center lane and a parking lane.
Can we come back to that? Can we just talk about the circulation to the other CAOs and the policy first, and then I'll come back to.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with the general thrust of what they're saying. It makes sense.
Okay, and then we'll come back and talk.
Sure,
about it.
absolutely.
I'd like staff to go back and do, like, there might be some direction to
Yeah,
staff.
absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think I was tired when I first read the recommendation. I thought it was coming from the county. I was like, wow, they're like right on board with what we want to have happening. So yeah, full support for that. And I've underlined the crosswalk as a project that, yeah, moving forward.
Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, thanks. I had a good conversation with County Councilor Bulmer too, around kind of what his county vision is. So not entirely surprising they landed there. In going through the reading, I had 3 points. So I think one would be just speed up longer term projects that the county has planned as part of their longer term vision. So if there is potential revenue coming in that is found money, for lack of a better way of saying it, are there any particular projects that are destined for our community that we could request be sped up as part of the process? So say it's targeted for 3 years from now or 5 years from now, can we get that in 2 years or 4 years or something? And I don't know what those are per se, but that's probably something better left with staff. I like a priority ranking of potential options. I think to be aggressive and say, look, here are the top 3 things we would like done to improve the safety in our community, such as what has been mentioned. The one I wasn't clear on would be, can any of that funding be allocated to further traffic studies or safety studies, or does it have to be specifically allocated to the capital projects? And I wasn't sure, but that's another one where, you know, to me, the precursor to doing capital projects is to do the study and understand why you need it and what the tactics ought to be and what the best options are before you kind of go down that. So in my mind, I'm just thinking, like, say as an example, County Road 35. Probably another one where probably some speed signage would be a good option for that road because it's a drag strip, right? You can't put in automated speed enforcement because it's not a community safety zone, but I think there's My vision is just think
Yeah.
bold and what can we do about it?
So back to the circulating this, the policy to the CEOs on other member municipalities and,
Yes.
and, you know, we're gonna submit this to the county for, you know, we want member municipality engagement, so everybody's comfortable with that. Now, moving to projects for the money, first off, the money, zero restrictions on where you put the money. Other than, there's a stigma associated with, the program that it's, being labeled a cash grab. And this was part of my argument, my discussion at AF and HR is that you want to dispel that stigma. My idea is that you need to spend the money in those areas that are the highest revenue generating areas, because those are where the tickets are being, so but that wasn't received entirely well, because there is a report from the county, and I forget the title of it, but it was mentioned at AF and HR yesterday, but it highlights infrastructure improvements across the county, which include roundabouts, signalization, things of this nature. And those are bona fide safety improvements. You take all that money that you generate from the ASE and you could do it for those projects. But if you were to then be confronted by someone that says, you know, Brock Road's a cash cow, why haven't you put more signs there to tell people, well, we built a roundabout up on in Mapleton to improve the safety up there. So to me, spending the money on those other safety improvements is not ideal until you address some of the stigma and concerns around the locations that are generating the highest infractions. So there is a report out there, they can go by that, but for us, I would suggest that we focus initially on Brock Road, because first 4 weeks it was 5,000 tickets.
It's the big one.
The next 4 weeks, I think it was 4,000 tickets. And the conversation at the county level is that they don't want to ticket people. They want behavior to change. And if the 4-lane configuration is not promoting change,
Let's change it.
then put it to the 1 lane each way with a middle lane, increase signage, put crosswalk in, here's our app. So that's what I'd like to hear from each member of council. What your thoughts are on the line, the lane markings, the crosswalk, and maybe additional signage, maybe those are the 3 things. But I'd also like staff to include, when we build this out, our resolutions requesting for the line change. Speak to that the county has a desire to reduce the amount of infractions on Brock. Speak to that clearly speeding is a problem in Brock Road. Clearly, it's not changing, so the line, also Wellington Road 124 was reconstructed recently. I have the email here. They reconstructed 124. I'm not gonna be able to find it because I'm not proficient enough with computers. And here we are. 124 went to 1 lane each way, Councilor Spillis, a middle turn lane.
Middle turn lane for a small section.
Traffic counts for 124 in the one place that I requested was between 15,399 cars to 22,709. From the initial request that Brock Road changed to 1 lane each way, the argument was there's the traffic. The traffic count for Brock Road is 14,082. At the lowest, there's 1,000 cars less than 32 that they just put to 1 lane each way. And at their maximum was 15,000. So it's, 7,000 less. Oh, sorry. And then there's 2 different parts they measured in 17,000. End of the day, less cars on Brock, 4 lanes, brand new road, 2 lanes. I think their argument that they can't support it now. They're also stating that there was hydro towers there and it was cost prohibitive. It's the first time, I won't say it. They could have afforded to move the power lines to make it 4 lanes. So we want the same treatment as 124, 1 lane each way. Clearly it can serve higher than the traffic volumes we're receiving in Aberfoyle. And I would even go as far to guess that the traffic volumes are down now with the ASE cameras in place, for sure, the commercial traffic. So like staff to build out a justification request again for the 1 lane each way. I think I CC'd you on this one, highlighting the traffic counts. The only other reasons, And, yeah, so discuss the crosswalk signage and any other ideas you have. Drinking from a firehouse, but. Okay, go ahead.
Just to that point with the justification. I know the last time Councilor Sicolis made a presentation, a delegation to the roads committee. Is that something we should be looking at doing? Is that something that will be more well received?
I don't wanna say no, but I wanna say no. I think just highlighting everything we've done in the past. I don't know, Councilor Lewis, what are your
Yeah,
thoughts?
my argument at that time was using the traffic counts on Dundas and Waterdown. Where they've narrowed down the road concepts to parking and the lane each direction, and the volumes were somewhere near 15 to 17,000. And I was using that as a basis of argument. Now we've got a different one that's right in their backyard, 124, it's even more. I don't think focus, I think should be shifted to, you did this here, why can't you do it here?
But do you feel you should go back and re-delegate, or should I go back and delegate? I mean,
I don't think it would, I think we should do the process, see how it goes, and if you feel that it's not being received well, well, then we'll go with delegate.
Yeah, I agree. I work through the process, see what the response is. We can delegate. Maybe we do a notice of motion at county council, forcing the conversation around the lane changes. There's options, but let's start with the process first. And have staff do more work for us. Is that okay to build something like that for us?
Yes, yeah. So I've made note of that. Haven't included it in the resolution that we were discussing previously, just it'll be separate and separate takeaway, so. I've captured, that we want to look at the lane reductions, using the changes to Highway 124 as precedent. Address the safety, this is just a sort of a quote that I've just picked up, addressing the safety in the areas where the infractions are occurring is important before we do work other places. And then we have our suggestions around the crosswalks and things like that, which would be addressing those safety issues on Brock Road where the infractions are occurring.
I just would like to suggest that we reiterate the fact that we made, I think, really 2 motions already at this council and passed it on to the county for their consideration of this lane reduction, so it's nothing new. And they also have it in their 5-year plan, I believe, to do a road diet. It's in their budget as well, so again, it's nothing new.
Yeah, and I believe we're also waiting on the completion of the mid-block and all of the work there, which the last bridge should be open the end of this year, fall of 25, I believe.
Yes.
So then traffic patterns should stabilize sometime shortly after that.
Just as I'm sitting here thinking, ideally, because this is a pilot project, ideally, we should actually be seeing a big reduction in tickets, I would think, for next year. So it's not like we have a whole pot of money that we're wanting to really jump onto, because I would imagine that we've brought in most of the money that the county's gonna see. If we're changing behavior like the pilot should be doing, right, we should be actually reducing the ticketing and things like that. Anyway, so I don't know about coming up with a whole list of things, like a wish list or anything like that, but focusing on what we've already discussed. I don't think there's anything new to add to the list.
But are you comfortable with the crosswalk, the line changes and some signs?
Yeah, now we did speak earlier about Badnaw Street and putting in some sort of mitigation to where the new development potentially is going. And that's a county road. So talking about Badnaw.
That's another can of worms. They're expanding the CSC program, and to my understanding, Morrison is not one of them. And if I know some of the data may be conflicting, the developer may or may not have 60 something odd as the 85th percentile, but I've seen Black Cat data that's way above that. I've seen county numbers way above that. And I'm very disappointed that Morrison wasn't part of the expanded ASC. It's not a safety zone, but to me, anywhere where we have a 50, 40, 60 zone, there's a reason why it's lower. Some of them were political back in the day, which is problematic, but generally speaking, there's a lot of people that live there. You want slow traffic. you know, it would be a good candidate, but it's not on the list currently. So that could be another topic we need to keep our eye on is this expansion of the CS.
Yeah.
ASE program to our county roads that have low speed limits within the township. Lake Road comes to mind, but it's performing well, actually.
Yeah.
Um,
I think because of the history too, like it's good to speak to that. We've already brought this forward. We're
Yes.
still focused on bringing it to 2 lanes. It is in the plan for their road diet, so it seems like a really good fit for something like this.
Concerns?
We good. That's good it's good discussion. I'm supportive.
Is it clear?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, I have the direction for the reporting back. And then I suppose we just have the motion for today to review.
Yeah, I feel pretty much everybody was supportive of what was in the motion.
Okay.
For that part.
Yeah.
It's, you're gonna take it away to circulate it, which you've already done to your.
I'll circulate the final version, which just has those few amendments around incorporating the provisions into the policy.
And when can you, so I'm supportive of a crosswalk. I would leave. Which way I'd prioritize a crosswalk, line painting, signs, they're all equal priority. One thing you're gonna encounter is the signage, they get hung up on the regulatory sign. I don't know if we need to indicate, we're not talking about altering the regulated signs, we're talking about adding additional signage that is quite visible. Because the idea is to notify drivers that are from out of town. Because they're not familiar with the area, you know, people that have received a ticket are aware now, it's the out of towners, so. In the crosswalks.
Can you just clarify the crosswalk? You're mentioning up near Gilmore Road?
It's 400 meters north of Gilmore. Go look at Google Maps, so sidewalk on the
It
east
stops.
side stops about 400 meters north of Gilmore.
Yeah.
By the old
You got
soda
the
shop.
south side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the little blacksmith shop, the little shop right there, they come on each side of the road and they just stop.
Yeah,
Well, they have
I-
that paved boulevard thing you can walk.
I would prioritize the lane change over the crosswalk. Because the lights are there for crossing.
I just think we have more chance of getting a crosswalk than a lane change, but
Well, then we got, yeah. Yeah, we don't really want more.
it's, yeah. We can have that, because you're gonna bring it back, right? How long do you think it'll take you to bring it back?
I can prioritize if that's what council wants over some of the other stuff that we have going on. We want it back in May.
As long as it doesn't delay amps.
Nope, you're divide and conquer on that, so we can.
So what's our next meeting?
We have 2 in May, actually. The one is the 7th and then the 28th.
We could have it back by the 28th, that would be great.
Okay.
Because county council doesn't sit after June, they're all July, August.
Right.
Question to you, Mr. Mayor. Is this AMPS a temporary? Not AMPS, the ASC temporary?
Technically, it's a pilot project.
So that's my concern is that they'll pull those cameras off and we'll be back to where we were.
A lot of pressure.
Then we can just put a black box and mount it on the light. No one needs to know any different.
Then you gotta take the signs down.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. We asked actually. Initially, that was one of the inquiries was, can we just have, say, 4 cameras in 12 spots and just randomly move them around? And the legal opinion was no. So,
I had a resident mention it to me that he had heard your suggestion on that and he loved it.
yeah,
It was a great idea.
but we had a legal opinion that.
Hmm.
The opinion that we received was that if you pull the camera out, then if you go to put it back in, you have to post for 90 days is coming. And then you can put it back in, and then if you remove it, then post again, and it's just it's too bad, because it would be nice if you
Yeah.
just have 1 camera and 30 fake ones.
Yeah.
Right, but anyways. Okay, we good?
We just need a mover and
In our township.
We have mover, Counselor Dwight, Counselor Spills. All in favor? Great.
Yeah.
Council reports. I don't remember. Did I talk to you guys about meeting the minister down in Roma, is that last meeting? Did I tell you about that? Yeah, okay. Know about Anthony Charm, I happened yesterday. All right, bylaws.
You mentioned.
Oh,
No,
what do you got?
no.
No, still
Announcements.
two, okay. That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2025-043, being a bylaw to enact an administrative monetary penalty system to enforce designated bylaws for the township. Bylaw 2025-044, being a bylaw to appoint screening and hearing officers for the purposes of the administration of the AMPS system within the township of Portsmouth. Bylaw 2025-045, being a bylaw to amend the various township bylaws for the purposes of enacting and enforcing AMPS within the township of Portsmouth. Bylaw 2025-046, being a bylaw to authorize the entering into a land use agreement with the Portsmouth Junior Gardener Club for the use of the established gardens located at the Portsmouth Community Center. And bylaw 2025-048, being a bylaw to appoint the deputy fire chief and to repeal bylaws numbered 71-2017 and 2021-00.
I got a mover for that, please. Councilor Hurst, Councilor Lewis, all in favor? I don't believe I read out item 8.1.
We did it.
You guys did it? You read it? Like, I
Yes.
mean, I've notified the public. Okay.
Yes. That's just a bullet slide.
You have a copy. Yes, good job. Okay, thank you. So that passed, right? We voted?
Yeah.
Announcements. Larry?
Yeah.
One, I was talking to Councilor Bulmer and the community cleanup, Saturday, May 3rd. That's when it's gonna be.
Picked up my garbage bags, so everybody else's are ready. I don't know if he's bringing them
Tonight.
yet.
I think he's bringing them tonight.
There you go.
One thing that's come up though that he confirmed with me we were chatting, but anyone living in a development, so anyone in Morriston living in a development, they don't get garbage bags, they don't get the flyer. So anyone listening, if anyone living in those developments would like a garbage bag or a flyer, please reach out. We can provide those and you can come down Wellington Road 36 and help me out.
Yep, okay. Anything else? All right, we're on the closed session, all right?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Way we go.
Okay, so the council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the municipal act for the purpose of confidential report regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And that's related to the senior of the year nominations. A confidential report regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, in its relation to a human resource matter. Confidential report regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. That's regarding a potential matter heard by the OLT. And then review of the previous closed meeting minutes.
Can you move it, please? Councilor Bailey, Councilor Lewis, all in favor? It's carried. We're being closed. Means you have to leave.
I gotta go.